Hey guys, welcome to Pocket Saga. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Ash was in Paldea with Lillie, part 1. This story is Ash's Paldea story by author raychiu. Before starting, if you are interested in Pokemon fanfictions, you can consider subscribing this channel and like this video, that will help a lot. Now let's dive in. When I come to the school, I join the department of music in the school. I like music that I've been working hard to get into this university, and I'm not going to let this chance be wasted. I had a lot of good friends at school, but my best friend has to be Gladian Ether. We have been battling together for a long time, and although he was in a different department than I, we still hang out often as brothers along with some of our friends. When the third year has come, I never saw him again in school. There is a plague, and the number of students coming to school decreased. So you were going to stay at the Alola region? I ask him on the phone. You won't be able to come here anymore? I'm sorry. Gladian says with a slightly guilty tone. My mother thinks that it is dangerous to go back to Paldea because of this plague, so I was forced to stay here at the Alola region. But it will be fine for me. It has been a long time since I met my sister, and she had been worried about me for a long time. I see. I frown. Well, but anyway, I was nominated to be the student council. I am not sure if I can actually be one. Gladian looks at me and says, congratulations, you have always been some sort of leader. I'm sure that you're perfect to become the president of the student council. You think so? I smile a little. I mean, that really means a lot. Being the president of the student council seems to be a big job. Thanks for the vote of confidence, bro. Anytime. After Gladian ends the call, I decide to work hard so I can actually become the president of the student council. During the time before the election started, I have been looking around the university to see what can be improved. Whenever someone needs help, I will also help them out. Such as their Pokemon stuck on the tree. I would climb up and bring the Pokemon down safely, or give out some potions for injured Pokemon on the way. Everyone seems to like my helpfulness, and eventually, I was elected to be the president of the student council. I finally did it. I'm now the president of the student council. I smile as I look at the sky. I'm going to change the school better, and I'm not going to give up. And now that I have become the president, I remember that my slogan is to help as much as we can, so I decided to put a suggestion box so that those who have suggestions will be able to speak to us. Day after day, I find that there are a lot of suggestions in the box. A lot of the suggestions aren't actually related to school. Something like, can we eat ice cream in class, or something else. Sometimes I have to stay up late to look through every single one of the suggestions, and when Friday comes, I decide to list the new rules that I want to add into our school rules. Male students' hair must stray no further than 1.8 inches below the nape. What kind of rule is that? One of the council members asks. I say in a tired tone, some students suggest that because they just want to differentiate the gender so that they won't be treated as gay or something. And what about this? Ice cream stands shouldn't be established in the food court. This is not what we are supposed to change, another member says. It is because some people waiting in line for the ice creams that cause them to come to school late, and the teachers are annoyed that the students aren't paying attention to class because they're busy eating their ice creams. And ever since I become the school council president, the argument with the other council members have been getting more and more, and in the suggestion boxes, complaints about the changed school rules are becoming more often. I have been stressed because no matter what I do, it is always not right. When I was about to get into the council room, I hear the rest of the council members talking to each other. At first I thought our president Giacomo can help us change the school for the better, but all of his policies are getting out of hand. And it is tiring to keep changing the school rules every week. Some of the rules are actually unintuitive and strict. If he continues to become the president of the school council, then the whole school is going to suffer. For the sake of our school, we have to let Giacomo resign. I flinch as I can't believe what I'm hearing. He has to leave the school council. Then who are we going to pick as the new president? How about Nimona? She just joined a month and everyone has been liking her a lot. Maybe she can become a better president than Giacomo. I feel a tear dropping from my face, so this is what they think of me, huh? And just as I expected, after another week, I was being kicked out from the school council, not just the president, and Nimona is my successor. After some days, whenever I come to school, I have been mocked by other students for being kicked out of the school council. I tried to contact my best friend Gladian, but he never answered my calls. If it isn't the failure school council president, serves him right for leaving the school council, all he did was keep making stupid rules. And there are some times, I was even beaten up by those students. I didn't resist, and I was threatened not to tell the teachers about it. But when they broke my headphones, it was actually the last straw. My heart wandered in the darkness because of that. Hey. It is then a girl walks towards me, picks up my headphones, and asks, if you want to, I can help you fix it. I stare at her and ask, why do you want to help me? I'm just a failure. I couldn't change the school for the better. The girl says, it is not your fault. If anything, those people take your kindness for granted. I know that you really want to help them a lot. It is not just you. I've seen people like you in school, and they all felt weak and helpless. That's why I can't stand by and watch them suffer. I am surprised to see the girl. She was just like an angel from the heavens, and after she manages to fix my headphones, she asks, Giacomo, do you want to help me? Together, we can help the other students that are suffering the same fate as you. We will get our revenge against those people and become the bright star instead. I stare at her and then my fixed headphones, then I also think of my bad past and show determination. I'll help you. I am not going to let people suffer like me. The girl smiles at me and says, then let's go. Wait, you haven't given me your name. I say to the girl in front of me, and she turns around and says, my name is Cassiopeia. After that, Cassiopeia and I decide to make Team Star together. However, Cassiopeia is a shy person and she prefers working in the shadows, so I was the one who gathers people to help us out. I start by finding 4 people who suffer the same fate as me, and then the 5 of us create our own squads and we start to gather volunteers. Time flies really fast. After making Team Star, we have been getting a lot of students to join in. So Cassiopeia and I have chatted a lot about the plans that we're going to set for our revenge. Guess that's that. I sigh as I look into my laptop, and I see my 4 buddies walking towards me. Ortega, Mela, Ari, and Atticus. What's up, Giacomo? Did something happen? Ortega asks with concern. The big boss just wanted my take on some stuff, so we had a chat and settled on a few plans. I say to them, while my eyes are still focusing on the track that I'm making. A few plans. Like, for what? Mela asks. Operation Star, first of all, and also a new code of conduct for the team. I say. You know how tons of new members have joined up recently? Well, we figure we gotta make some team rules, like a code, so we'll all be on the same page. Nice. You'll come up with a great code for us, won't you, Giacomo? Ari asks. I flinch as I accidentally deleted the line that I was making, but it's a good thing I can just press the return button. I look at him with a wry laugh. Huh. No thanks. Why too much pressure? I mean, yeah, I used to be president of the student council. But you know everyone ended up hating me after that, right? Course we know. You forced a ton of stuffy rules on everyone, and they wouldn't take it. Mela says. We got some other nerd to replace you after, like, 5 minutes. Hey, not 5 minutes, 5 weeks. I yell back at her. I can't help but concur. Atticus says. Male students' hair must stray no further than 1.8 inches below the nape, and so forth. Your rules were vexation made manifest. Damn. The last thing I want is Atticus to say that to me. It just brings back some bad memories that make me depressed. I mutter, my point exactly. So you'll all agree that I shouldn't be let anywhere near this new code. But you always know what's best for the team, Giacomo. You look out for us, Ortega says, trying to cheer me up. You've earned our trust many times over. Without you, Team Star just wouldn't work, Ari says. That stuck-up student council prez isn't who you are anymore, man. Mela says, much to my surprise. A code written by the Giacomo I'm looking at now. I'd follow that any day. As would I, Atticus says. Am I hearing this right? All 4 of them are willing to give my rules a try? For some reason, I feel so touched and I have another inspiration for the music track. I smile and say, okay, thanks for the ego boost, everyone. I'll do it. I'll write up the darn code. Despite my saying that I don't want to do it, I actually smile that the 4 of my friends really respect my decision. With the model of the school rules, I made up our own Team Star rules. Since we don't want to become a monopoly, I also added a rule that everyone has to follow. The bosses of Team Star must accept the challenge for the title, and when the boss loses the title, they should give up the badge and the role as the leader. Monday. What the hell is this? Nimona almost spits the drink and asks with a slight annoyed tone. This is the tea made from the bitter herba mystica. It might be bitter, but it also helps with blood circulation and strengthen the immune system, I say. A good medicine tastes bitter, Raychiu says. But to think that all Arvin wants is to heal his Maybostif. Yeah. That's why I really want to help him, I say with a slight frown. That Maybostif made me remember Stoutland back in Alola. Lillie widens her eyes and then frowns. Ash. Sorry, I made you worry again, I say. Drandon asks, what's that about? Lillie says, it is something that we decided not to talk about, and speaking of Maybostif. We managed to defeat the Segan squad. Their boss was Giacomo. So you managed to defeat him? Nimona says. He was actually the leader besides the real boss of Team Star. But to defeat him means you were really strong. Though they have those Rivarum making into those Starmobile things. Luke says, how was anyone supposed to defeat that? But it is something that Giacomo said that makes us think, I say. Flashback, Lillie, right? Is your brother Gladian Ether? Giacomo asks her, and she widens her eyes. You know my brother? Hey. In my miserable school life, he was my best friend in school, although I haven't seen him again since my 3rd year, and I didn't get to school after joining Team Star. So how is he? He's doing well, Lillie says. My brother did say that he was forced to stay at Alola for the 3rd year, and in his 4th year he was with me searching for our missing father. Gladian is also a tough battler, I say. He almost defeated me in the league battle of Alola. Is that so? He is always the strongest from what I know, Giacomo says, but just so you know, Lillie. Every one of his Team Star boss has a history with him. Don't be so surprised. Flashback ends. After that, I contacted my brother Gladian, and what Giacomo said was true. My brother used to be Giacomo's best friend. Not only that, but Giacomo electing to be the president of the student council 2 years ago was also a promise that he made for my brother because my brother had to stay at Alola. Nimona says, I know. We had a plague at that time, and besides, before joining Team Star, Giacomo is a nice person. When he was forced to leave the school and I become the new president, I was going to check what was going on. And eventually, I found that some of the student council members were the ones who wrote those suggestions. They tried to force Giacomo to leave the role because they were jealous. So what happened to those people who forced him to leave? Raychiu asks. Team Star's attack. They caused most of our student council members to drop out of the university or switch to different ones. That's why most of the student council members are new ones. I see. I nod. Tuesday, when we are outside the school after class, we notice 4 birds that look similar but with different colors of fur resting on the same wall. I say, Lillie, how about we capture all 4 of them? All 4 of them? Do you think their forms are just like Oricorio? Lillie asks. We don't know if we don't do this. Good thing Pikachu and Snowy can handle flying types with ease, I say. Then the 4 birds are starting to do hide and seek from us, but after searching all around Mesagoza, we managed to get all 4 of them in our Pokédex. Squawkabilly, green plumage. The parrot Pokémon. Normal and flying type. These Pokémon prefer to live in cities. They form flocks based on the color of their feathers, and they fight over territory. Squawkabilly, blue plumage. The parrot Pokémon. Normal and flying type. The largest of their flocks can contain more than 50 individuals. They fly around towns and forests, searching for food and making a racket. Squawkabilly, yellow plumage. The parrot Pokémon. Normal and flying type. These Squawkabilly are hot-headed, and their fighting style is vicious. They'll leap within reach of their foes to engage in close combat. Squawkabilly, white plumage. The parrot Pokémon. Normal and flying type. This Pokémon dislikes being alone. It has a strong sense of community and survives by cooperating with allies. I remember that those 4 of them are used mainly for the flying taxis in the Paldea region, Lillie says. Yeah. But their movesets are not that different, only that their hidden abilities. Green and blue have guts, and yellow and white have sheer force. Well, that sure is something, Lillie chuckles. Wednesday, after class, we decide to get a Knackley of our own. We head to South Province Area 3 and find some Knackley hiding as rocks, but with the help of Gyarados, the Knackley is captured. Knackley. The rock salt Pokemon. Rock type. The ground scrapes its body as it travels, causing it to leave salt behind. Salt is constantly being created and replenished inside Nacli's body. Nacli's evolution line is also one of the Pokemon evolution lines that can use the ability Purifying Salt, Luke says. What was that about? I ask. The Pokemon's Pure Salt protects it from status conditions and halves the damage taken from Ghost-type moves. Raisa says as she turns to my Gyarados. But I can't believe you have a red-colored Gyarados. How did you get that? Evolving from a golden Magikarp that was used as an item instead of a Pokemon. I say with slight disgust as I remember the Magikarp salesman's annoying face. They think the golden Magikarp can sell a lot of money. They are selfish after all. Drandon says, but how much dollar did you spend for this? With the fact that I threatened him with Pikachu, it only took $5,000 from me, I say. Okay. That was not cheap but also not expensive at all. Nimona says. Though you're right, Pokemon are not items to be sold. Thursday. I look at Lillie and she's watching a video. I ask, what are you watching? Oh, you should see this as well. Lillie sighs as I see a girl with blue and pink hair with Magnemite hair accessories on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Iono Zone. She cheers at first and then she continues, your eyeballs are mine, caught in my electroweb. Husafat it. Iono. Hello, hola, ciao and bonjour. I ask, what is this? Iono Zone. It's a live stream from this girl named Iono. Since we're going to challenge her gym on Saturday, I think it will be better if we watch the stream, Lillie says. Oh, I see. So she's the next one. I say as we watch the show together. In this show, we can see that a lot of people are trying to guess who's the gym leader's partner. And just when she shows the Pokemon, we are shocked as it is a Pokemon known as Bellabolt. So this Bellabolt. I guess it is a pure electric like Pikachu, I say. I guess so. Though I was also surprised that those white things are not its eyes but ears. Lillie says. Anyway, the show just ended, how about we continue training? Sure. I say as we decide to train Nacli until it evolves. It has become a giant rock with some square legs. Knacklestack. The rock salt Pokemon. Evolved from Nacli at LV. 24. It compresses rock salt inside its body and shoots out hardened salt pellets with enough force to perforate an iron sheet. It is now able to learn the move Salt Cure. The user Salt Cures the target, inflicting damage every turn. Steel and water types are more strongly affected by this move. So it was just like Fire Spin, but deals more when the target is steel or water type, I say. I wonder if this Pokemon is going to evolve again, Lillie says. We can try it out tomorrow, or maybe we can ask Professor Time about this. Friday. After asking Professor Time about Knacklestack's evolution, we decide to continue training. This time I have Lilligant to help Knacklestack with the training, and much to our delight, Knacklestack evolves again and this time it becomes a giant rock creature. Garganacl. The rock salt Pokemon. Evolved from Nacli at LV. 38. Garganacl will rub its fingertips together and sprinkle injured Pokemon with salt. Even severe wounds will promptly heal afterward. Lillie and I are now alone since we have been engaged and we want to have some time together. We didn't tell our friends about it, but I don't think we can keep it a secret any longer because of the rumors. The two of us are sitting close to a pond without anyone but Pokemon by our side. We are having a picnic as we are enjoying the sun. I'm glad that we already finished our homework. That way we don't actually need to worry about other things but to relax here. Do you think the director will be using the speakers to find us? Lillie asks while her head is resting on my lap. If that's the case, he would have used the Rotom phone to call us, and I'm surprised that he didn't ask us anything about Team Star when we bring the tea to him on Monday. I say while my hands are playing with her hair. Maybe what Giacomo did really shocks him. After all, I think that Nimona told us that Director Clavel become the director after the Team Star's attack. Lillie says. And I still can't believe my brother didn't tell me anything about his school life. I was also surprised that my mother was a graduate of Neryuva University as well, I say. When I turn to Pikachu, I sigh as he is licking the ketchup bottle again. Pikachu. Remember that we still need the ketchup to make sandwiches. Don't drink all of them already. How many ketchup bottles did Pikachu drink actually? Lillie asks me. I don't know. This is probably the 5th bottle that I brought ever since I come to school. I had to put it on the shelves so that Pikachu won't be able to reach it, I sigh. I'm sorry, but that sounds funny, Lillie says. By the way, Arceus is still with you, right? Arceus is always here the whole time. Just that he's invisible. I sigh as I look at Arceus, who is sitting beside Snowy. Even though we were in the mystical Pokemon Club, I still don't trust to show Arceus to them. I know. I guess you are the only trainer who has Arceus on your team, Lillie says to me. Those people treat him as a god, but to me, he is still a Pokemon, only that he has a higher amount of base stat than other Pokemon. That sounds a little hurting, you know. Arceus says to me, and I sigh. And besides, Mew is the one that creates all the new Pokemon here in Paldea, so sometimes he doesn't even know what that pink cat was thinking. Pink cat? Lillie chuckles a little, and Arceus shakes his head. That might be true after all. Raychiu is now coming with the 2 of us this time, and she will also come in next week, much to our delight. The 3 of us managed to arrive at Levincia City, and it is also a modern place with a lot of ads and buildings. Look at this place. It is charged up with electricity, Lillie says. Reminds me of Lumiose and Sunnyshore. I chuckle. But anyway, places with electric-type gym often look like this. By the way, I have to assume that electric type is your favorite type? Raychiu asks, since Pikachu is an electric type after all. Maybe, though I admit that I use Pikachu more often than my other electric types. But I think that Luxray is powerful with its X-ray eyes, and also Electros, which has no weakness because of its ability, and also some great Pokemon like Toxtricity, only that it is loud. And I still remember the day when you get the Electrium Z from Tapu Koko on the first day of school, Lillie says. Yeah. And Kahuna Hala gave 2 2Z crystals instead of 1 because the Electrium Z was broken, I add. After heading inside the gym, we get a call from Nimona. Hey, Ash, Lillie. It's me. How's the gym journey? Which one are you going for now? The Levincia gym. I say. Wait, seriously? I'm close by. Hang on, I'll come say hi. And just after 5 minutes, Nimona manages to rush into the gym building, and we all jump. Hey, there you are, Nimona says. You scared the hell out of us, Lillie says. So this is the gym you chose to be number 3, huh? Well, you're up to the challenge for sure. But, just to be safe. You probably better have a pre-gym warm-up battle with me. Seriously, Nimona. We have been battling in school for who knows how many times, Lillie says. That was before, and you probably held back. Now let's go. Come on, the field of battle awaits. Nimona grabs my hand and rush off, causing the other 2 to follow. When we arrive at the large plaza in the middle of the city, I notice that it is also surrounded by water. Before you take on a gym, it's good to see if you can find the battle court in town and check it out. It helps to see where the court is, what it's made of, stuff like that. Those things might affect how the battle goes. So this is where the gym leader is going to fight us? I ask in surprise. It sure is a good place for the electric types. You know, Ash, one look at your face, and it's obvious that you're getting even stronger, so are you ready for it? I sigh. She might be our senior, but she has been battling me and Lillie for a lot of time, and this time she is using Meowscarada, Midday Lycanroc, and Pawmot to battle, but all 3 of them are easily defeated by my Pokemon. Yup. Your skills are ripening quick, Nimona says. Man, you sure battle like someone with more than 2 gym badges. Well, that was a great battle, fruitful for sure. I still think it was useless. I mutter, but at least she gives us some full heals as compensation. I challenge you again literally right now. But champions have to be understanding. So I'll hang back and respect your time. Keep on collecting badges for now, and let's battle next time we run into each other at a gym. Geez. Lillie mutters after seeing Nimona leaves. Now Ash has to heal his Pokemon again. Raychiu says, just let her do what she wants. She's the school's prez after all. When we head back to the gym, we go to the counter. The staff says, welcome to the Levincia gym. Let me register you as a challenger. Your name is Ash Ketchum, yes? Of course. I let the Rotom phone register my ID in the applications, and then the staff says, great, now, in order to face gym leader Ayano, you'll first need to pass the gym test. Here at the Levincia gym, that means starring in one of Ayano's streams. Wait, we're going to be a part of the streams? I ask. Ayano's a streamer as well as a gym leader, so we want you to dazzle her audience with your skills and rack up those subscriptions. Just head outside, and you'll soon find out what you need to do. Now head out there and have fun. Raychiu says, that's cool, to be able to take part in the stream. I guess I'm going to do the same thing tomorrow, I say. And just as we head outside of the building, we are surprised to see a lot of cameras in front of us. A person is pressing something from the laptop and we hear the voice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Ayano Zone. Lillie quickly opens up the Rotom phone and says, hey, it's us, we're on screen. Maybe we should get out of here since Ash is the one doing the mission right now. Raychiu says as the two girls quickly leave, much to my dismay. Inside the Rotom phone, Ayano appears at the bottom left screen of the stream, and she says, hey, your eyeballs are mine. Caught in my electroweb. Who's it? Ayano. I'm the gym leader here. Hello, hola, ciao and bonjour. The gym leader? Since I'm not watching the Rotom phone, so I don't see anyone around here. Indeedy do. I kick it as gym leader when I'm not producing sweet content on the internet as an influencer to bring dreams to the masses. Ayano says. And, I hope this doesn't come as too much of a surprise, but you're being broadcast live to the world right now, smile. I guess so. I say with a slight smile. Anywho, World Monarch Ash, thanks for coming out to the Levincia gym to see me. I'm super happy you're here, but I'm also a bit of a celeb. Ya know? I'm all keans of busy. So I can't collab with you unless I know you can bring in those sweet viewer I gotta make sure you can bring some real passion to my stream. Neo-ho-ho. Really? She already said that I'm the world monarch and she doesn't trust me to bring in the viewers? And, so, if you wanna battle me, you're gonna have to help me make this live stream a viral hit first. Got it? I can tell you just can't wait to get started. Well then, allow me to explain the plan. Come on out, Mr. Walksabout. When I turn around, I open my mouth wide as Director Clavel is now in front of me. Is this guy really stalking me? He appeared last week as Clive, and now he comes here as well? Oh, Ash. What a coincidence, meeting you here, Clavel says. Say what? Do you guys know each other or something? Ayano gasps. This here dude had a real aura about him when he was walking down the street, so I snatched him up for my dealio here. You are, too kind. Ha ha ha, Clavel says. Well anywho, Ash. Since you're today's challenger, I'ma have you play hide and seek with Mr. Walksabout here. Look for the good gentleman using the street surveillance cameras. Find IM 3 times, and you can consider this gym test passed. We need a better name for this challenge, though, I'll call it. Where in Levincia is Mr. Walksabout? I am still in shock, for some reason I think this name sounds kinda familiar. Why think that title's safe? There's nothing iffy about it or anything, right? Whatevs. I know about you, but I'm ready to go. Get ready to hide, Mr. Walksabout, Ayano says. I feel that I owe the Pokemon League for many a past favor, so I am more than happy to help. Clavel says. Do bear with me as I try my best in my allocated role. Sure. I mutter. At the sides, Lillie and Raychiu are watching as Raychiu says, looks like the director is going to join this as well. Though I wonder if he's also stalking us as well. He did show up on our treasure hunt last week. Lillie mutters. After Clavel walks off, I was taken by one of Ayano's staff to the computer, and there I can also see that Ayano is standing in front of some sort of green screen. Mayhap our dapper gentleman is ready. Hey, Mr. Walksabout, you good to go? Yes, I am. Clavel says, and then the staff shows me a video feed. Neohoho. Ready he be. Mr. Walksabout is hiding somewhere in this video feed. Friendo. Open those eyes wide like a magnemite and get to searchin'. Ready or not, here our challenger comes. As I look into the picture, I already find that Director Clavel is sitting at the table on the right side of the picture. I use the arrow on the laptop to point out the direction of Clavel, and it seems that everyone can see the arrow, including Clavel and Ayano. Oh dear, it seems you found me, Clavel says. Our challenger has found Mr. Walksabout. Wowza. You did it, you're one cool kid. Well then. Before we move on to the next round, let's make things a little more interesting. You get to have a battle with one of my fans. Get out here, ya silly Pokemaniac. Then I have to battle the gym trainer as he sends out Luxio to battle me. I go for Garchomp since I intend to sweep the electric-type Pokemon, and I use just a Mud Bomb to defeat it. And you win. Well done, challenger friendo. Iono cheers. Time for a change of scenery. Then I was taken back to the laptop again, and they are giving me a second video feed. Here we go. The next stage for my totally rad test. Everybody loves it. It's the Pokemon Center. Mr. Walksabout is once again hidden in the feed somewheres. Panic. Oh. Find, I am quick. I can see that this is getting harder, but seriously. Why would Nurse Joy let Clavel stand in her position? What if a Pokemon needs to be treated? After pointing him, he says, oh. And here I thought I had blended into my surroundings quite well. Mr. Walksabout's been found once again. Yes. I knew you were something special. Let's spice things up again before moving on to ye old next round. That's right. Ease another Pokemon battle. Get out here, Pokemaniac pal. This one is using a Dynamo, and much to my annoyance, this Pokemon has Levitate. But it's a good thing that Garchomp has Dragon moves, and I decide to defeat it with Dragon Claw. His second Pokemon is a Fluffy, and it is also defeated by Mud Bomb. And you win. Well done, challenger friendo. Iono cheers. There's no stoppin' ya. Master of Seekin' and Master of Battlin'. You're the real deal. Alrighty, then. Time for a change of scenery. And the last video feed is the worst. Since people are like applins on the video feed, I can't actually see people's faces in this one. The last stage will be this place right here. The battle court, where battles are a ragin'. Can you find our Mr. Walksabout among these randos? Let's find out. Ready? Go. Now I have to take some time finding, and I don't want to make any mistakes, and eventually, I finally find that Clavel is actually sitting on the boat on the right side of the picture. My. Admirably done. Clavel says after I point the arrow at him. Really? I hope you will find your treasure in your independent study with just as much ease. Woo. My subscriber numbers are on the rise like a super fast Electros crawlin' out of the ocean. I mean congratulations on passing my gym test. Hot diggity dang. What a good time, huh? You had people on the edge of their seats worldwide. I bet I could have some super rad streams by collabing with you, Ash. So hey, when you're ready, just hit up my lobby staff. They'll get you all set up to collab with me lickety split. I'll be ready to go whenevs. And after that, the gym mission is done and the stream ends. Lillie and Raisa walk towards me and Lillie says, that was a show. But to think that Director Clavel can play hide and seek. Yeah. Never knew he's that kind of man. I say as we all head inside the gym building. I see Iono gave your performance the thumbs up. Amazing job, Ash, the staff says. Well done clearing the gym test. You've now earned the right to challenge the gym leader. Best of luck. Since we know where Iono is going to be, so we didn't ask for directions from the staff this time and headed there as soon as possible. When we arrive at the battlefield where Iono and I are going to have a gym battle, she is having her Rotom phone out and says, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Why? I can hear the crowd cheering around us, and I am getting a little nervous. I think Iono is going to do her second stream to film our battle. Your eyeballs are mine. Caught in my electroweb. Husafotsit, Iono. Hello, hola. Ciao and bonjour. And the crowd is also saying the same things like, hello, hola. Iono says, it's time for the Iono zone, everybody. She twirls around and the Rotom phone she has moved so that it is also filming me. Today's challenger is flying high like a Watrel. Ease Ash, yay. Just then, the Rotom phone suddenly zooms in front of me, much to my surprise. Iono walks towards me and says, how are y'all feeling about this battle, Ash? Well, I'm going to do my best, right, buddy? I ask my Pikachu, and he agrees. Nice Pikachu you have here. Iono pets the Pokemon, and says, boom, we got a straight talker here, EYYY. No nonsense, I like it, alrighty, then? Who's ready to see me kick some butt? The crowd is cheering, and I can also see that Lillie and Raisa are worried for me because of the fans. Lillie says, hey, Raisa. This user Electro King is giving Iono $5,000. Really? He sponsored her that much money? Raychiu gasps. Looks like you're all getting hyped. Oh. Thank ye muchly, Electro King. The staff member comes as Ayano walks back to the other side of the field. The battle between the Levincia gym leader Ayano and the challenger Ash Ketchum is about to begin. Each trainer will be using 6 Pokemon, and when one loses all 6 Pokemon, the other trainer wins. Let's get this show on the road. How strong is our challenger? Ayano. Let's find out together. Go, Kilowattrel? Her first Pokemon is also a flying type. That means ground type moves aren't going to work this time. Okay. Garganical, I choose you. I send out my newest team member as we begin the battle. Gimme a battle that'll electrify all my viewer pals. Let's start up with the tailwind. As the winds start to blow, I know it is going to move faster. I say, Garganical, Stealth Rock. I also decide to set up the field, and Ayano smiles. Now that's an entrance, Discharge. When it starts to shoot electricity at Garganical, I let it take the hit before smirking, Recover. And Garganical recovers the damage that it takes. Now use Salt Cure. Garganical pours some salt on the bird Pokemon, dealing a lot of damage, and also traps it like some sort of sand tomb. Kilowattrel uses Hurricane, even though it doesn't do that much damage, but it makes Garganical confused. Then it keeps using Quick Attack, but when I have Garganical uses Stone Edge, the bird Pokemon is finished. Oh man. Kilowattrel lost. But that means I can show you, my next partner. Come, Electrode. Electrode? Why did she have such an exploding Pokemon? Raychiu says, Garganical is still in the confusion state. Indeed. Ash will have to work hard if he wants to win this. Lillie and Raychiu jump as they see that Director Clavel is standing beside them. Director Clavel? Lillie asks in shock. I have Garganical uses Salt Cure, but Electrode goes for the Sucker Punch and knocks out my Garganical. Damn it. You did a good job, Garganical. I recall the Pokemon and says, Donphan, you're up next. I send out my second Pokemon, and Ayano says, trying for a ground type this time, but let's see how you can handle Magnet Rise. I groan as Electrode is now floating in the air. Donphan, roll out. I let Donphan roll, but it is also risky because water is surrounding the battlefield and I really don't want Donphan to accidentally fall into the water. Foul play, and Electrode slams into the Donphan and forces it to stop because it was about to fall into the water. Donphan. Trailblaze. I yell. This is a grass-type new move that I have Donphan learned, and it is also useful since the attack not only hits, but it also raises Donphan's speed. Sucker Punch again. Ayano yells, but I have Donphan use Giga Impact. Both attacks clash until Electrode is the one that's knocked out. Well, that's what I get by attacking the ground type, but here comes my next Pokemon, Raichu. Seeing that it is a Raichu, Pikachu starts to get fired up, much to my surprise. Raichu goes for the Trailblaze, and it also defeats Donphan with ease. So Raichu can also use Trailblaze as well, Lillie says. Indeed. Clavel says. Now they both have 2 Pokemon down. Pikachu is frustrated as he jumps to the field. I yell, hey, Pikachu. I didn't call you out. Pikachu wants to show me that he can beat Raichu, just like always. I sigh as I was planning to use Pikachu as my last Pokemon, but oh well. So Pikachu against Raichu. This is going to be fun. Who will be the strongest? Ayano asks. Lillie looks at the phone and says, what? She received another $5,000. Damn. Raychiu says. Pikachu goes for the quick attack, but Raichu goes for the double team to confuse Pikachu. Pikachu, calm down. Let's go with our new move, Play Rough. I have Pikachu use the Play Rough on each of the copies of Raichu, and eventually it manages to hit one. Then Pikachu goes for the Grass Knot, tripping the Raichu while it tries to go with Iron Tail. So this Raichu can also use Iron Tail. Then let's show it the real Iron Tail. Both Pokemon use Iron Tail at the same time, but Pikachu is overpowering Raichu as he manages to slam the Pokemon to the ground, knocking it out. Pikachu's the winner. A crowd yells. As expected from the World Monarch's Pikachu. That was the same Pikachu who defeated Leon's Charizard, right? Ayano smiles as she sees the Rotom phone. No way. Look at the rise in the view amount. You really are the World Monarch, however, it's time to show you my partner, Bellabolt. It's here, the Bellabolt that I saw 2 days ago. I have to be careful about the ability Electromorphosis, so I yell, Pikachu, quick attack. Reflect. Bellabolt tries to set up a barrier, but Pikachu still manages to get through and hit the Pokémon, but much to my horror, its special attack raises. Bellabolt. Let's show them a great wave. Surf attack. Pikachu and I are in horror as the frog Pokémon creates a giant wave that splashes at Pikachu, knocking it out of the battle. Pikachu. I cry in horror as I pick the mouse up. I'm sorry, take a good rest. Since Lillie is far away, I can't bring Pikachu to her right now, so I just place him beside my feet as I take out the next Pokémon. Appleton, I choose you. I decide to go with the Appleton because Bellabolt has Surf, then I have Appleton use Dragon Pulse, but Bellabolt attacks first with the Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch again. I mutter. Now use Thunder, and just then, a bolt of lightning strikes Appleton as it making the Pokémon paralyzed, and because of the Electromorphosis, the damage seems to be more. Apple Acid. I yell, and Appleton splits the juice to the Pokémon and lowers the special defense. Finish with Energy Ball. And with the move, Bellabolt is finally defeated. Iono says, looks like I'm going with Luxray. The 5th Pokémon is Luxray. I wasn't expected by the Pokémon since I thought it would be Ampharos, but Appleton being paralyzed is troublesome, as Luxray goes for the Ice Fang, which deals huge damage to Appleton. Damn. If only Appleton wasn't paralyzed, Lillie says. And then Appleton is defeated by the Psychic Fangs, so I only have 2 Pokémon left. I decide to go with Salazzle to battle. Salazzle? But why? It has Psychic Fangs, Lillie yells. Maybe Master Ash has a plan. Clavel says. I decide to use Sludge Wave so that Luxray can be poisoned, but Luxray goes for the Wild Charge, and Salazzle was almost knocked into the water. Salazzle, hang in there, use Flamethrower. Salazzle goes for the Fire attack, and it manages to hit Luxray, and then I have Salazzle run at the edge of the battlefield to avoid the Psychic Fangs attack, and eventually, Luxray faints with the poison. Oh noes. This isn't good, loyal fans. I need to hear you cheerin'. Gimme all you got. Iono yells. And her final Pokémon is a Mismagius. What the? That's a Ghost-type Pokémon with the Levitate. Wait, don't tell me that she is planning. Come forth, shiny lil Lightbulb. I'm not done yet. Iono power. Goo. Iono uses her Terra Orb and causes the Mismagius to terrestrialize. Now it is an electric type with no weakness just like Electros. Danger. High voltage. Sorry if it's too shocking. EYYY. And it goes for the Charge Beam, which defeats Salazzle. Damn. My last Pokémon is Garchomp. I say as I send out the final Pokémon, I decide to terrestrialize as it becomes a ground type. Shadow Ball. Iono yells as the attack hits Garchomp, but I have Garchomp use Sandstorm, creating the Sandstorm. Now use Rock Slide. I try to have Garchomp use the attack, but Mismagius go for Dazzling Gleam, hurting the Pokémon, and it is a good thing that it's not a dragon type anymore. Now finish with Dragon Meteor. I yell, and Garchomp uses the move and creates the meteors, hitting Mismagius and returning it to normal. You're as flashy and bright as a 10 million volt Thunderbolt, friendo, Iono says. Hey, 10 million volt Thunderbolt is the move that I created with Pikachu using my own Z Crystal. I guess she did follow some of my battles. She walks towards me and says, our challenger came out victorious. Well done, Ash. And everyone is also cheering for me and Iono at the same time, much to my delight. Iono says, I hate to say it, but I lost. Thanks for cheering me on anywho, my loyal fans. Well then, what does our challenger get for beating me? The lean, mean streamin' queen. I'll tell ya, Ash, you win. She takes out the badge and says, a gym badge. Woohoo, screen cap this quick. This'll be a shot you'll want to save in your brain spaces forever. And my own Rotom phone starts to take a photo, and with Iono's request, I have to do her usual pose in the photo. If any of you found our electrifying battle to be BZZZT, shocking, go smash that subscribe button. Your eyeballs are mine. Caught in my electroweb. Husafotsit. Iono the supercharged streamer. Catch y'all later. After the live streaming ends, I also bid farewell to Iono and head back to my friends. Lillie says, That is a great battle, Ash. Yeah, the viewer amount goes from a few thousand to millions, raychiu says. As expected from Master Ash, I am surprised to see Director Clavel stay and watch my match, but then again, he is probably here to check on us. The next day, it is Lillie's turn to battle, and this time, Ayano gives her a different game that requires asking people questions, and then she also gets to battle Ayano in the end. Only that Ayano is using 4 Pokemon: Kilowattrail, Bellabolt, Luxray, and Mismagius. After the battle is over, we head back to the gym building and we are surprised to see La Primera there. "Pardon me." "Hello," she says to me. "Both of you defeated the gym leaders, yes? And your names are Ash and Lillie if I remember correctly." We nod, and she continues, "Tell me, do you seek to become a champion?" "I mean, I am already one, but we do want to become the champions here," I say. "I see. Of course I should have expected from the world monarch himself. Oh, but I've got ahead of myself. I am Gita, chairwoman of the Pokemon League, the organization that runs these gyms." So she is like Mr. Goodshow or Chairman Rose in this region. "As you seem to be collecting gym badges, I suspect we'll meet again down the line. Until then, good day to you." Then Gita leaves the gym, and we are also surprised before leaving the gym and heading back to the school. Monday. Use Rage Fist again. I command my Primeape as it continues to train with Haxorus. Primeape has learned a ghost-type move named Rage Fist and I decide to help him master it. "So when did Ash capture a Primeape?" raychiu asks Lillie. "Ash has Primeape all the way back at the Kanto region. He has been having Primeape trained at the fighting dojo until they contact Ash and give him back the Primeape because of the Rage Fist attack," Lillie replies. "So how many times did Primeape use Rage Fist?" Drandon asks. "This is probably the 20th time," Luke says as we see Primeape hitting Haxorus again, and just then, Primeape starts to glow and I gasp, "Primeape can evolve further?" And much to my shock, Primeape has become darker and it also has some spooky vibes. Annihilate. The Rage Monkey Pokemon. Fighting and Ghost type. Evolve from Primeape by leveling up after using Rage Fist 20 times. It imbues its fists with the power of the rage that it kept hidden in its heart. Opponents struck by these imbued fists will be shattered to their core. And then Annihilate takes my hat again and I decide to just sigh instead of chasing him. Haxorus also stands by my side and I say, "I know. I'm not going to question that." I slowly walk towards Annihilate and ask him to get my hat back, and once I do, Drandon says, "By the way, Ash and Lillie, are you sure you're going to do the Team Starfire base and the Lurking Steel Titan this week? I mean, we're having the midterm exam next week, and shouldn't you guys prepare for it?" Midterm exam. That sounds troublesome, but I'm sure that both of us will be fine, I say. Indeed. Lillie says. We do have faith to pass them without a problem, and besides, traveling the regions really gives us advantages to memorize all the teachings. Seriously. All of you are crazy, Luke says, but then again, you guys are something else. I take that as a compliment. I say, by the way, what are the rewards after finishing the midterm exams? 5 Express Candies S for scores over 60. raychiu says. I don't think that's very hard for you. Definitely not hard. I say. Tuesday. The math class for today is actually telling us how to calculate critical hit ratios, and it is also interesting to learn. Once the class is over, Professor Time feels like somebody has been following her, so Lillie and I decide to help her out as we search through the school, and it turns out that the student that has been following Professor Time wants to know why she gives up being a gym leader. And for Professor Rayfort's history class, we also learn how the past Paldea Empire falls and the origin of the school. I can't believe that this school already has 800 years of history. And 1,000 years ago, the Paldean Empire fell into decline due to the expense of supporting countless failed Area Zero expeditions. I guess it is actually fair enough. The emperors had been ushering in the Great Age of Exploration by sending expeditions into the Great Crater of Paldea to find the treasure rumored to lie inside Area Zero countless times. And after that, we both head outside to try to capture a new Pokemon, and this time we find 2 small Fire-type Pokemon fighting each other. What are those Pokemon? Lillie asks. They have to be Fire types, looking at how they use Fire Spin. I check the Pokédex and says, they are Charcadet. And it seems like it has 2 evolutions. 2 evolutions, then let's capture them, shall we? Lillie says to me and I nod. We all throw the Pokeballs at the same time, and both Pokemon are captured in the end. Charcadet. The Firechild Pokemon. Fire-type. Burnt charcoal came to life and became a Pokemon. Possessing a fiery fighting spirit, Charcadet will battle even tough opponents. So now we just need to find out how to evolve those two, I say. You're right. Lillie says. But maybe we should head back to class and study the history of Paldea Empire. Because that is something that we are still unfamiliar with. Indeed. I already have a lot of histories of the other regions in my head. Galar history with the Darkest Day, Alola history with the Tapas and Ultra Beasts, the Unova history with the two brothers, and so on. I say. But no matter which one it is, everything is unique. You're right. Lillie says to me. Wednesday, after the language class and the battle studies class, the two of us are now at Professor Jack's office. Since we want to ask how to evolve Charcadet into different Pokemon. So you managed to capture 2 Charcadet and you want to evolve them into Armarouge and Ceruledge? Professor Jack asks me. Is there a way? I ask. Well, you will need 2 specific items to evolve them, Jack says, an auspicious armor for Armarouge and the malicious armor for Ceruledge. Both of them can be purchased in Zapopico. I decided to check out the map and see where Zapopico is, and much to our dismay, the place is pretty far away from school. Lillie says, well, we're going to fight the lurking steel titan this week. Maybe after we defeated the titan, we can go there and get the item. I guess so. I sigh. Thank you for helping us, Professor Jack. No problem. And I'm glad to see you gathering a lot of Pokemon for the Pokédex. Jack says to me. Though how are your preparations for the midterm exams? I say, I guess it is fine for us. We both travel a lot and we also experience the teachings not only by book but also by experience. Is that so? You know, being 2 famous students in the school, a lot of teachers and students here have high hopes for you, especially Director Clavel. He has been keeping an eye on your results, Jack says. I know. Lillie says, we don't intend to let him down. When we are getting back to the dorm, we find that Professor Dendra is training with Professor Saguaro with making sandwiches. I remember the last time when she wants me to try out the sandwich. I felt sick the whole day and Lillie has to stay by my side. And just before we can leave, we are asked to taste the sandwich again. This time it is improved a lot, and the reason why Professor Dendra wants to make the sandwich is that she wants to give them to Nurse Miriam to thank her for helping her a lot of times. And eventually, she manages to make a decent one that makes the nurse like it. Thursday, after art class, we decide to capture a new Pokemon. While we walk at the river, we notice some yellow Timepole-looking Pokemon floating around the area. Lillie and I decide to capture the Pokemon. Tadbulb. LA Tadpole Pokemon. Electric type. It floats using the electricity stored in its body. When thunderclouds are around, Tadbulb will float higher off the ground. Lillie says, wait, Ash. Do you think this is the pre-evolution of Bellabolt? The same one that we fought Iono with? If that's the case, I really want to try out Bellabolt's ability. I say. Though how are we going to evolve it? I really don't want it to be just like Charcadet. And just then, I see that Tadbulb gets into my backpack and takes out the Thunderstone, and then it starts to evolve into a Bellabolt. The Thunderstone. So that's how it evolves. Lillie gasps. Looks like Pikachu is delighted to have another Thunderstone used, I say. Pikachu feels offended and tries to zap me with electricity, but before he can, I take the Thunderstone and says, if you do zap me, I'll force the Thunderstone on you. Pikachu widens his eyes in horror. Well, this always works every time. Bellabolt. LA Frog Pokemon. Electric type. Evolved from Tadbulb with a Thunderstone. When this Pokemon expands and contracts its wobbly body, the belly button dynamo in its stomach produces a huge amount of electricity. The electromorphosis ability from Bellabolt really is cool, Lillie says. I mean you just need to be hit and you can immediately activate charge. I agree. And I guess this will be the capture for today. I wonder how many new Pokemon are we going to capture until we get all of them, I say. I also want to know about that as well. Lillie smiles. We did capture quite an amount of Pokemon. Yeah. I nod as we all head back to the dorm and take some rest. Friday. The two of us decide to adventure the South Province Area 5 and see if we can reach the Pokemon Center there. We start off by going to South Province Area 3 and then we take a hike until we arrive at the beach, where the Pokemon Center is. Are those Watrel? Lillie asks after we see some yellow birds resting in the sand. Yeah. We did get Bellabolt yesterday. I guess we can also capture another electric type, I say. I have Pikachu battle the bird Pokemon, and the way that it acts reminds me of my Swellow. I'm sure those two can become good friends. Watrel. The storm petrel Pokemon. Electric and flying type. When its wings catch the wind, the bones within produce electricity. This Pokemon dives into the ocean, catching prey by electrocuting them. Good, we also got one with the ability Wind Power. I say after checking the Pokédex. I remember that Iono's Kilowatrel was charged up after using Tailwind. This will be great. Yeah. And you don't see electric and flying type Pokemon that often, except for Oricorio in Melee or Emolga, Lillie says. Then we decide to have Swellow train with Watrel. The Watrel I caught is actually a female one, and since Swellow is trained to take a lot of electric hits, the two of them have been fond of each other just a short amount of time. What's with our Pokemon falling in love with each other this easily? I mutter out loud. You shouldn't complain about this, Ash. They have feelings just like us, Lillie says while hugging me from behind. I guess you're right about that. I sigh. And after the training, Watrel evolves into Kilowatrel, much to our delight. Kilowatrel. The Frigatebird Pokemon. Electric and flying type. Evolve from Watrel at LV 25. Kilowatrel inflates its throat sac to amplify its electricity. By riding the wind, this Pokemon can fly over 430 miles in a day. After evolving, we decide to let the two birds enjoy themselves while we slowly walk back to our dorm, and just as we get back to the dorm, we find Nemona staring at us. Where have you two been? You should have been joining the study group with us, Nemona says. Calm down, Nemona. We are not going to fail the tests, I say. We already prepared a lot for the exams. If you don't believe me, just ask us some questions. Nemona continues to glare at us before asking some questions, and she is surprised that both Lillie and I answer all of them correctly. Raychiu says, that sure is fast, to pass Nemona's hell questions. I guess Drandon and Luke are having a hard time? I ask. Yeah. But I also passed it with ease, Raychiu says, so I can go with you tomorrow. That's great. Lillie says with a smile. Raychiu, Lillie, and I are back at Artazan City, since we are going to the Fire-type Team Star base. Raychiu asks, so what's the deal with the Team Star? First of all, we have to find the base and wait for this Cassiopeia to get the call. I say, and maybe we will also find the director here as well. Director Clavel will also be here. What if he scolds us for not preparing for the midterm exam? Raychiu asks. I don't think he would do that, Lillie says as we continue to walk on East Province Area 1. And then we find Director Clive, on the road. Ah, it's you, Ash, Lillie, and I see even Raychiu is here, Clive says. Director Clavel. Raychiu asks. What's with the crazy haircut? Just keep it a secret, will ya? I am Clive, the normal university student, Clive says. Anyway, Ash and Lillie. I owe you one. Thanks to you, I've been accepted into Operation Starfall. Okay. I say. But why do you want to join Operation Starfall? I need some answers, that's all. I guess he means the answer to each student since it is the director's job. How do I resolve this situation with Team Star? And what's causing its members' odd behavior? What situation? Lillie asks. Team Star is the subject of more than a few nasty rumors swirling around the academy, you know. Some say their bullying has caused a worrying number of students who drop out of school. Others say they are holed up in their bases, plotting to cause trouble for the university. I think we did hear Nemona talking about this, and I can see why the director is concerned. But these are rumors. The matter I am directly confronted with is something else. I'm talking about Team Star's persistent truancy. They've all been skipping classes for a while now, 5 of them in particular. The so-called bosses of Team Star haven't so much as set foot inside a classroom for over a year. And it seems the team's rank and file have recently started stirring up mischief as well. Then I can see that the director is frowning. That's why I took it upon myself to issue a direct order to Team Star to disband. I informed them that should they refuse, I would have no choice but to expel all students affiliated with their team. All of us open our mouths with wide shock. Lillie asks, You're going to expel them? But I'm afraid there's been no response. And the deadline I set for them to make their choice between dissolution or exclusion is nigh upon us. So you see, when I overheard you talking on the phone to Cassiopeia, it couldn't have come at a more crucial time. I see. I nod, and just then, my Rotom phone is ringing once more, meaning that Cassiopeia has called us once again. It's Cassiopeia. Can you hear me? Cassiopeia asks. URK. Clive mutters before whispering, another time, then, be careful. After Clive leaves, the three of us turn to the phone. Cassiopeia? I see you're coming up to one of Team Star's bases. Was there someone with you just now? Cassiopeia asks. Now there's just me, Lillie, and raychiu. I say. Well, be warned that Team Star will have its guard up after losing one boss to you already. This base won't go down as easily as the last one. Proceed with extreme caution. I'll be in touch. After that, she ends the call, and we all head to the gate and find a grunt standing in front of us. Whoa, you can't be here. This base belongs to Team Star. The grunt says. If you don't clear out real quick like, I'll have to come at you in self-defense. You get me? Well, we're not turning back because we have a mission to do, I say. Well, all right. Time for me to self-defense the snot right out of ya. The grunt yells as he sends out Houndour. I decide to go with Pelipper to battle. Thanks to the rain right now, we are able to go on out with the Water Pulse, defeating the Houndour already. I defended myself all right, but it wasn't enough. The grunt mutters as he recalls his Pokemon. Man, you're crazy strong. Then he seems to recognize us. Wait. Are you those three kids who declared war on Team Star? Well, two of us are. This one is new. I say. Nice to introduce me, huh? raychiu says sarcastically. Whoa, thanks for the terrible news. Excuse me while I book it back to the rest of my crew. Hasta la vista. He does the pose before running into the gate. Once he leaves, Clive comes and says, he, Ash, Lillie, and raychiu. And no matter how many times it is weird to hear Director Clavel calling us names instead of Master Ash or Miss Lillie. Cassiopeia told me to scope out the fire crew's base. I thought I'd come to give you some backup now that I'm through, but seems you're all set, Clive says. Yeah. I guess we are ready to face the fire crew, Lillie says. Just then, we are surprised to see a Charcadet running toward us. Lillie asks, is that a Charcadet? What is it doing here? Wait a second. Is that you, Charlos? Clive asks. Charlos the Charcadet. I thought he was at the university. What is it doing here? raychiu asks. If you don't know, Charlos the Charcadet is actually one of the Pokemon that the university takes care of within the school grounds. During break time, a lot of students will play with the Pokemon, and Charlos is one of them. Just then, Charlos rushed to the gate as Clive yells, Charlos, wait. He ran off. I mutter, but it looks like he may have some connection to Team Star's fire crew. I'd better chase after him. Don't worry, I'll regroup with you soon enough, Clive says. You press ahead into the base, Ash, Lillie, raychiu. Then Clive rushes to chase the Charcadet, and once he leaves, Cassiopeia has great timing as she calls us. I see you dealt with the grunt standing guard. Nice work, Cassiopeia says. Yeah. He was not much of a problem, I say. Stationed inside that base is Team Star's fire crew, the Shidar squad. The boss, Mela, is the best all-rounder on the team. She fixes any and every problem thrown her way, though her methods are heavy-handed. Our declaration of war must have made her blood boil. I bet even now, her grunts are hard at work inside the base, trying to keep her fury under control. So she has anger issues. Lillie says. That means your best move is to take down all the grunts nice and quick. Once there's no one left to help Mela keep her cool, she should come out to confront you. Ring the bell on the gates once you're ready to kick off this phase of the operation. Time to wipe the Shidar squad off the map. After the call ends, I sigh and say, Fire-type leader with anger issues. That doesn't seem surprising at all. raychiu says, Some of the fire-type trainers in the world are actually hot-headed. It's a good thing I prefer water types, they're calm and cool. Not to mention it has the most variety of Pokemon in the world as well. You're right. Speaking of water types, your father is a water-type gym leader after all. How often did you get to contact your father or your family? I ask. Well, my dad has been busy with these Wallace Cup things. So I didn't actually have that much time to contact him. I usually contacted my mother a lot. As for my other relatives, my cousin has been busy with the idol group that she's with the 2 other females. I see. Since I'm dating Lillie, I wonder what would May and Serena think after finding out about my relationship with her. I just hope it is nothing serious, since I think that Serena might have the same crush as me like Lillie did. By the way, how do you feel about fire-type Pokemon? Raychiu asks. It's a sad story. Most of my fire-type starter Pokemon are found abandoned by their former trainer. Or they have suffered some sort of abuse in the past. I say while clenching his fists. Like my Charizard. He was abandoned by his former trainer in the Kanto region, and it was raining and it becomes weak until I bring him to the Pokemon Center to rest. And when it evolves into the final stage, it also refuses to listen to me. It also costs my Kanto lead. I'm sorry to hear that. Raychiu says. It's fine, Charizard is now my strongest Pokemon. I say with a smile, it is not just Charizard. My Infernape is also a sad story as well. His previous owner wants him because he wants Infernape's full power activated in the Blaze ability. After failing a lot of times, he decides to abandon it. I decided to take him in after he abandoned it that day. Just what's wrong with these trainers? Lillie mutters with slight anger. I'm glad that our classmates are not that kind of person. And there is also Talonflame and Centiskorch, all of them are very strong. I say with a smile. And I also enjoy using fire types. The fire-type Z move is also interesting, it's called Inferno Overdrive. Kiave used it a lot, Lillie says. Kiave? Raychiu asks. Oh, he's one of our classmates back in the Alola region. I say, he is also strong as well. I see. Raychiu says, so are we ready to face the base now? Sure, let's do this. I press the button and we're entering the base. Then we hear the speaker. Some kids lucked out beating one of our sister squads, and now he thinks he can take us on. Time to give him the boot. Gang. Let's show these gatecrashers what Team Star can do. And if you're listening, gatecrashers, know this. Unless you can beat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes, our boss won't lift a finger to deal with the likes of you. Then they send out Houndour, Torkoal, Growlithe, and Numel to battle. I wonder why there are so many fire types from the Hoenn region to help them out, but we use Barraskewda, Dugtrio, and Gyarados to fight back. And just like the last one, after they defeat the Pokemon, they continue to heal them before sending them out again. However, we have 2 water types and a ground type Pokemon, and they use large range moves like Surf and Earthquake so that all their Pokemon are defeated easily. The counter also goes to 30 and all the grunts are panicking. Our defenses are breached. It's all up to the boss now. The grunt yells as they all leave to call the boss. And I just hope that they are not going to use those Starmobiles again. When we hear the sound, we groan as the Starmobile powered up by the Rivaroom appears in front of us. On top of the car, the boss Mela is a girl with red hair and some fiery boots. So you're the dope who picked a fight with Team Star. I dunno why you'd do something so stupid, and I don't care. You challenged us, so we'll beat you down. That's all there is to it. Prepare to get messed up. Geez. She sure has some anger issues, Lillie mutters. She tosses out 6 Pokeballs in an instant, and there is Torkoal, Colossal, Houndoom, Arcanine, Armarouge, and Cerulege. I know everything about the first 4, but the last 2 are still strange for me and... Geez, I really need to get to Zapopico to get those evolution items. Armarouge, you'll be the chosen one. Then much to our surprise, Mela uses the Terra Orb and the Armarouge has the giant candelabra on top of it. Raychiu, just leave these to both of us. I say. I want you to help us heal our Pokemon when one of us faint. I guess I'll leave you guys to do the battle, Raychiu says. We send out Pelipper, Gyarados, Dugtrio, Camerupt, Goodra, and Toxicroak to battle, and for our sake, we terrestrialize Goodra, which is still a dragon type, and Gyarados, which has become the water type. Right here, right now. You're going down, Mela yells, body press. The first attack hits Dugtrio, and then Colossal goes for the Rock Blast on Pelipper. Pelipper dodges by using Hurricane, and Toxicroak goes for Toxic to make Houndoom poisoned. Goodra. Bide attack. I yell, and Goodra starts to bide as attacks like Extreme Speed from Arcanine and Dark Pulse from Houndoom cause the Pokémon to unleash the attack and hits Torkoal. Armor Cannon. Bitter Blade. Armarouge and Cerulege both attack with their signature moves, and both of them manage to hit Dugtrio. Raychiu says, Armarouge's defense and special defense has dropped, now it's your chance. I know. I have Gyarados uses Waterfall on Torkoal, but Torkoal uses Yawn before being defeated, and Armarouge uses Energy Ball to defeat Dugtrio. Dugtrio. Lillie quickly recalls the Pokémon and gives it to Raychiu, who helps healing it. Camerupt. Earthquake. I yell, and the attack causes Colossal to take a lot of damage. Colossal goes for Stone Edge, hitting Pelipper, also knocking it out, but Gyarados uses Surf and deals a lot more damage to the opposing Fire-type Pokémon, and both Camerupt and Colossal are down from the attack. That was really reckless. Now you only have 3 Pokémon while Mela has 4, Raychiu says. Not for long, I say, and the Houndoom faints because of the poison, and Toxicroak goes for Mud Bomb, hitting Cerulege. Psycho Cut. Mela yells, and the attack from both Armarouge and Cerulege hit Toxicroak, knocking it out. Ash. Dugtrio is ready again. I nod as I send it back to the field and have it use Rock Slide, hitting Arcanine, and then Goodra uses Aqua Tail to slam it, defeating the Pokémon. Now the 2 Charcadet evolutions are the last ones. I say as I command Gyarados to use Dragon Rage, and knock out the Cerulege after being hit by the Shadow Claw, and Goodra goes for the Aqua Tail once again, defeating the terastallized Armarouge. TCH. I ain't burned to a crisp just yet, Mela yells. She jumps out of the car and the car starts to charge at us. Raychiu says, what the? That car is the Pokémon. They used Rivarooms to create these. I yell. Last time it is a dark type, so I think this time it is a fire type. We have to try and stop the Rivarooms from powering the car. Then Pelipper is now back to you, Raychiu says as we send the Pokémon out again. Go. Shidar Starmobile. Use Blazing Torque. Now, this is also a new move, and the car crashes at Goodra, dealing not that much damage but making it burned. So they each have a special move. I say, Pelipper, Rain Dance and Hydro Pump. I let Pelipper set up the rain and then use the water attack to destroy the sides of the car. The car goes for the Screech, lowering our defense, and then goes for the Spin Out attack, but Spin Out is not very effective against each of the Pokémon. Blazing Torque again. Mela yells, and I have Dugtrio stop the wheels by using Earthquake, and Goodra also faints because of the burn. Goodra, take a rest. I recall the Pokémon and give it to Raychiu. Now we should try finish this with the combo. I say, Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Pelipper, Water Pulse. Lillie yells, Dugtrio. Earthquake again. All 3 Pokémon continue to attack, and the car starts to shake as it becomes unstable. I say, let's attack one more time. We have all 3 Pokémon use the moves once more, and eventually, the car stops moving and weird noises have been heard. There is smoke coming from the mobile and the Pokémon both on the wheels and the front have swirls on their eyes. Is this really how it's gonna end? What a hassle. I thought Mela is going to be yelling with anger, but she just sigh like a flat tire. I burned through everything I had. And now I've sputtered out. Guess this is where it ends. She walks towards us and says, that Gyarados of yours really let us have it. Beating me in battle is a huge deal. So here, take this star badge and be proud of yourself. She gives me the fire badge, and this is probably my 7th badge in this region. And Rotom also takes a picture with me shaking with Mela, but Mela seems to be squeezing my hand hard that I can feel the pain. Let me make one thing clear, I'm not giving this to you. I'm giving them to your Gyarados. Sure, I say. But Mela turns around and says, you got what you came for, now leave me alone. Clive walks towards us and says, you're Mela from Team Star, right? There's a Pokémon I'd like you to see. Huh? Mela turns to Clive. Who are you supposed to be? Then Charlos the Charcadet rushes towards Mela, much to her surprise. A Charcadet? Wait. Well, if it ain't Charlos. What are you doing here? It seems he came to this base looking for you, Clive says as the Char Cadet nods. You did? Mela asks. He's very attached to you, isn't he? Clive asks. Yeah, 'cause I used to play with him every day back when I was still going to the university. I can even tell more or less what he's thinking just by looking at the way his flames move. Do you have any idea why Charlos wanted to visit you? Clive asks. Mela lowers her head, and Charlos seems like he wants to cheer her up. Charlos. To me, it looks like he's saying that he wants you to come back, Clive says. Just shut it already, would ya? Mela yells. They say Team Star has holed itself up in these bases to plot something against the Academy. Were you aware of this? Clive asks. First I've heard of a stupid rumor like that. Man, nothing's changed since back then. Everyone's still spouting garbage. Mela muters. Then what about that modified car you were motoring around in just now? Clive asks. The Starmobile? We made that thing a long time ago to help us out with a big fight. Mela says. But we never actually used it against anyone before you four came looking for trouble. Wait, you never used it before? And what's this about a big fight? Lillie asks. You ever heard of Operation Star? Mela asks. Operation Star? Not Operation Starfall? I ask. No, this is the first time we're hearing of it. Huh. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know. But for me and the rest of Team Star, it's a memory we'll always treasure. Mela says while turning to Lillie. Giacomo also told me everything, so you're Gladian's sister? You know my brother? Lillie asked. Hey. He was the only one who would tolerate me until I met Team Star. Mela says. How's he doing now? He's doing fine. Lillie says. I see. Mela nods. Before you leave, I would definitely want a request from you. Please say hi to him for me. I will. Lillie says. After leaving the base, we get the phone call from Cassiopeia again. Ash, Lillie, Raychiu. It's me. I take it that Mela's star badge is now in your possession? Yeah, so I guess you're also going to give a replica for Lillie, I say. Now that there's no boss to lead them, the rest of the Shidar squad shouldn't last long. Then suddenly, Cassiopeia becomes silent a little. Mela. She is doing it again, distracting for the second time. Sorry, I got distracted for a second there again. Now, about your reward. I'll transfer some LP over to your phone as promised. We got 6,000 LP this time, and she continues. Use those new TMs to strengthen your Pokemon even further. I'll have my supply unit representative meet you shortly to deliver some bonus materials, too. And after a while, Penny comes, and she says, hello, it's me again, from the supply unit. And this time, Koraidon appears from our Pokeballs and Penny jumps. Wah, what the heck? And much to our surprise, the Koraidon is acting like Yamper and he licks Penny's face. Hey, stop that. It takes us a lot of time to calm the Pokemon down, and Penny sighs, blech. It drooled all over me. What even is that Pokemon anyway? Well, that's a Koraidon, and it's a long story, I reply. Though I'm amazed that you have a Pokemon like that by your side. Penny says. But before I forget, here's your reward. Then she gives us more materials and Lillie gets her own fire badge. Penny says, your name's Ash, Lillie, and Raychiu, right? Since you're part of Operation Starfall's battle unit, can I ask you something? What do you think of Team Star? They are pretty strong, but compared to the other teams that I faced before, they are really different. Interesting. You know, some of the rumors say Team Star wasn't always a bunch of delinquents. Most of them used to be victims of bullying, or they just found it hard to interact with people. But then these misfits and outsiders found each other and banded together to form Team Star. All they wanted to do was push back against the bullies they couldn't face alone. But, that's just info I got by hacking other students' social media accounts. Is that even legal? And she continues, I also found talk about some secret mastermind behind the 5 bosses. Someone who recruited them to the team in the first place. I don't normally talk this much. Now my throat kinda hurts. Need some water? Raychiu gives her a bottle of fresh water, and she drinks it before saying, so, good luck with taking down the other bases and stuff. Then she bids us farewell and leaves, and we decide to head towards the Pokemon Center to rest. Everyone says that I'm a hot-headed girl, I have anger issues, It is true that I have anger issues, but I wonder when did it all start? When I come to the school, I joined the department of Pokemon battling. I don't have that many friends, but after classes, I always head to the school grounds to find Charlos the Charcadet. Charlos was at first wary of me, but after feeding him with churros that I brought from Artisan, he seems to be getting along with me, and he has been a good friend of mine. My school life is not that perfect. I can see a lot of people drooling at my looks, and that also causes some girls to be jealous. So sometimes after class, I was suddenly stopped by those girls and they gave me a beating. Why? Why are you doing this? I mutter with pain and agony in my body. Acting like a princess, are you? Do you think it will work? As the girl continues to beat me up, I wanted somebody to help me, but the others are just treating this like some sort of show until he shows up. Even if you're a girl, I'm not tolerating bullying others in school. The boy that defended me is wearing black and he has blonde hair. By his side, he has a Lycanroc, and he is growling at the girls that are bullying me, causing them to get scared and run away. Hey, are you okay? The boy helps me up and asks me. I'm fine. Thank you for helping me, I say. My name is Mela, and you're? I'm Gladian, a sophomore. He says, why do those girls want to beat me? They say that I'm acting like a princess, but I didn't do anything, I say. For some reason, the school has a high bully rate. Gladian sighs, and it seems that I have got a lot of attraction. Let's go somewhere private. He grabs my hand and I can feel my face starting to burn. Why does he care so much about me? Why would he even go this far to defend me while the others didn't? After we get to the place where I used to play with Charlos, the two of us are sitting together and we start to chat. So they're your classmates? Gladian asks me. Yeah. All three of them are in the same class as me. Ever since my first day, they have been ganging up on me a lot of times, I say. And you just let yourself be bullied by them? Gladian asks. If anything, you should try to fight back, or maybe stand up for yourself. But I don't have any friends. I don't think being angry at them is going to help, I frown. Who said you don't have any friends? Don't you have your Pokemon? And I also noticed that you often play with Charlos the Charcadet. Gladian says to me, much to my surprise. And if you want, I want to be friends with you as well. I was surprised at what he was saying, and I ask, why would you want to be friends with a nobody like me? Everyone is born special. You're not a nobody. You're your own person, so I suggest that you should live fully of yourself. Then he stands up and says, battle me right now. I won't take no for an answer. Battle? Are you sure we're allowed to battle here? I ask. I like to battle. That's why I joined the battling department, and when the two of us used the plaza to battle, my Houndoom was easily defeated by his Lycanroc. But he is nice enough to give out some pointers and also some tips to improve. Ever since that day, no matter when I get to meet Gladian, I feel like my cheeks are heating up. Is this love? Or I'm just being an annoying fangirl of some sort? But thanks to him, I finally know how to stand up for myself. Well, if it isn't the princess again. The same bully walks to me, and you don't have your boyfriend to help you this time, huh? I was scared at first, but then I take a breath and grabs her collar. Back off. If you think I'm the same girl as before, then you're going to get your ass kicked. Why you little? Before she can try to attack me, I decide to give her a kick on the leg, causing her to fall to the ground in pain. And for some reason, seeing her pain is satisfying, and it also gives me more confidence. If anyone else wants to try it out, then bring it on. I taunt, and the bully leader just mutters, let's just go. You're paying for this, princess. And ever since that day, no matter who picks up a fight, I will always fight back with my words, or sometimes with a kick, so that they will stop picking on me. And after class, I also spend some time with Gladian and his group besides playing with Charlos. However, I never get to confess my feelings to him, maybe because I was too scared, or somebody like him already has a girlfriend and I wouldn't be able to compare myself to her. A year later, Gladian is not at the school anymore. I did get to call him, and he says, I'm sorry, Mela. Giacomo also called me about this, but I was forced by my parents to stay at Alola. But it will be fine for me. It has been a long time since I met my sister and she had been worried about me for a long time. Gladian did tell me about his sister, and how she has some sort of phobia about touching Pokemon, and she always stays at her house without going outside and meeting others. I see. That's fine. I'm sure you'll find a way to cure your sister's phobia. I say to him. Thank you, Mela. That means a lot, Gladian says. After that call, I don't know why, but my heart was aching. Maybe because Gladian is not in the same school as me now. And this fact also changes me drastically. No matter how many months have passed, the same bullies will always pick on me, no matter how many insults I have inflicted on them, but during this year, they also play smart as they tricked me a lot of times so that I was the only one being punished by the teachers. When Giacomo becomes the president of the school council, he was trying to do some suggestion box comments. I decided to write one and ask for the bullying to stop. Giacomo manages to help me with this one since we're friends, but after a few weeks, Giacomo was forced to step down as the president. When I see Giacomo being bullied by the others, I tried to help him by fighting against the people who hurt him, but he stops me and says, "Don't. I'm sure Gladian won't want to see you do something like this." "But are you just going to let them continue to beat you up?" I ask him. "It is not fair. You just want the best for everyone and you were forced to step down as the president." Mela. Giacomo slowly stands up and says, "Since you're here, I want to ask you something." "And what is it?" I ask, and Giacomo sighs. "Are those people still bullying you?" "What do you think?" I say in a sarcastic tone. "They learn how to play smart, and I was always the one being punished by the teachers. I'm sure that they want me to get expelled now that Gladian won't be here to help me." "If that's the case, do you want to join us?" Giacomo asks as I look at him with a weird look. "Join what? Are you having some sort of club?" I ask. Giacomo takes out the Rotom phone and I can hear a voice. "So you're Mela, right?" "Who are you?" I ask since I don't recognize the voice. "My name is Cassiopeia. I met Giacomo a few days ago. When I saw him being bullied by people, I was so angry at those people who take others' kindness for granted. We created this Team Star and we are gathering people like you to our team so we can get revenge against those people and become the bright star instead." "That sounds quite shady. And why should I trust you?" I ask. "Mela, don't you want to get your revenge on those people who want your expulsion? Are you going to let them do whatever they want?" She says. Who knows how many people they've hurt right now at this university for their pleasure. The more she talks, the more I get angry at those bullies, and eventually, I decide to help Giacomo and this Cassiopeia out as I joined Team Star. After being in the Team Star, I have to help the rich kid Ortega for powering up the Starmobiles that we're using for the operation. And I suggest that I'm going to evolve the Charcadets into Armarogue and Cerulege so that they can use their fire moves to power up the vehicle. Man, what a hassle. Pulled it off just in time. I walk toward my 4 other teammates, Giacomo, Ortega, Atticus, and Aerie after I managed to evolve a lot of Charcadets with the auspicious armor and the malicious armor that I found. "Welcome back, Melly," Aerie says. "I managed to get a bunch of Charcadet to evolve." I say. "That ought to be enough to power the Starmobile and finally get that hunk of metal rollin'." Glad tidings indeed. Is it not so, Ortega? Atticus looks at the rich boy. I'm just surprised she's not all hot air. The way Ortega talks really gets on my nerves. "Oh, shut it with the snide comments. You can be such an annoying twerp, you know that?" I yell at him. "As if you're any better, Mela," Ortega says back to me. "Being rude and saying mean things is literally your whole deal." "That's not true, Orti." And as usual, Aerie is standing by my side. The girls at the academy have always been jealous of how cute Melly is. She just puts on a surly attitude so they'll stop picking on her. Although, I guess you're not wrong to say that her surly attitude is what people know her for. "What? Come on, not you too, Aerie," I yell back as I really wish I could go back to being a normal girl for once. "How about we leave it at that, folks? It's almost time for the big event," Giacomo sighs. "Yes, Operation Star. It's finally happening," Aerie says. "And the big boss? What, pray, is their plan?" Atticus asks. "They already got in touch with all the bullies and asked him to head over to the schoolyard," Giacomo says. "It's finally time, huh? Man, I'm so stoked. The thrill's burning me right up. I say with excitement in my blood, oh how I really want them to pay for everything they've done to me." When the 3 of us arrive at the town known as Zapopico, we decide to purchase the 2 armors for Charcadets. "Let's see," Raisa says as she looks at the store. "So we need 10 Bronzor fragments for the auspicious armor, and then 10 Sinistea fragments for the malicious armor." Good thing I have both Bronzong and Polteagist in my team. I'm sure they can give us some, I say. After asking them to drop 10 of them each, we trade with the seller and get the 2 items that we want and evolve Charcadet into Armarouge and Ceruledge. Armarouge, the Fire Warrior Pokemon. Fire and Psychic type. Evolved from Charcadet with auspicious armor. Armarouge evolved through the use of a set of armor that belonged to a distinguished warrior. This Pokemon is incredibly loyal. Ceruledge, the Fireblade's Pokemon. Fire and Ghost type. Evolved from Charcadet with malicious armor. The fiery blades on its arms burn fiercely with the lingering resentment of a sword wielder who fell before accomplishing their goal. And their moves. Armarouge's Armor Cannon is basically a fire-type close combat, and Ceruledge's Bitter Blade is a fire-type Giga Drain. That is interesting, Lillie says. Yeah, and I think we should use these 2 for the next Titan, don't you think? I say. Since it is a Steel type, Fire types will definitely do well in this battle, Lillie says. Once we go back to East Province Area 3, we get Arven's call. Yo, Ash, Lillie, and Raychiu. So somewhere in one of the mines that are around here, we should find the lurking Steel Titan. Rumor has it that the thing's staggeringly huge and real long. You'd think a Pokemon like that would be easy to spot. I wonder how it stays hidden. Maybe it's super fast. If that's the case, riding that Pokemon of yours might help you catch up. So we need to use Koraidon and Miraidon to catch the Titan Pokemon. However, I wonder what the Totem Pokemon are. Since it is a Steel type, I wonder what it will look like, Raychiu says. Steel types sometimes have great defenses than Rock. I think Steelix is a good Pokemon to use because of the type advantages, and then there's Agilash, which has the King's Shield that lowers the special attack. I think Metagross is also nice since Luke's dad is good at that. But you still beat him at the World Championships, Lillie says, and don't forget we discover the Steel-type Pokemon Meltan and its evolved form Melmetal. That was a surprising one, I say. But Melmetal is strong. With the Corkscrew Crash, it basically can destroy anything. Just then, the ground in front of us starts to break and a giant head pops in front of us. Lillie, Raychiu, and I jump and I ask, what was that? That's an Orthworm. But look at that size. Raychiu says. So that's the Titan? The Orthworm notices us and then digs underground. Hey wait. We chase after the worm Pokemon, and just when we are about to reach it, it just hides inside the hole and pops out at another place. Hey, get back here. Don't just run away from us, Lillie says. Arven said that we should use Koraidon and Miraidon to chase after it. Raychiu says as we all ride on the Pokemon and chase after the Titan, and after basically touching 3 times, its body suddenly comes out from the ground and we gasp to see how long it is. What the? Then by the side of its body, 6 blue tendrils appear and Lillie quickly hides behind me. Lillie. Now we should battle, I say while taking out 2 Pokeballs. Right. Then we send out Armarouge, Ceruledge, and Gastrodon to battle. I have Armarouge use Flamethrower, which is super effective, but this Orthworm uses Sandstorm to make it hard for us to see. Use Earth Power. Raychiu tries to have Gastrodon attack, but much to our horror, Orthworm just swallows the move and doesn't take any damage. Instead, it recovers the damage that I deal with Flamethrower. What is going on? I ask. Lillie checks the Pokédex and says, Ash, Orthworm's ability is Earth Eater. Instead of dealing damage, it recovers after hitting with the ground-type move. You're kidding me, Raychiu. Let's not do any ground moves, I say. I know. Raychiu says. She has Gastrodon use Hydro Pump, while Ceruledge uses Bitter Blade to deal a lot of damage while recovering from the Sandstorm. When Orthworm goes for the headbutt, it also slams Armarouge into the wall. Armarouge. Hang in there and use Mystical Fire, I yell, and Armarouge manages to get back to its feet and deal a lot of damage to the Pokemon. But after a barrage of attacks, Orthworm suddenly turns around and digs into the hole and disappears. Hey, don't just get away, Lillie yells. After that giant Orthworm. I yell as we go into the tunnel that it creates, and much to our annoyance, it is toying with us again by becoming some sort of whack-a-Diglett game. But after catching it 3 times, the Titan suddenly breaks open the hole again and it is eating a Herba Mystica. Wait, was that the Herba Mystica? Raychiu asks. It's eating it. This is bad, Lillie mutters. Arvin rushes to us and says, Ash, Lillie, Raychiu, you managed to pin down the Titan? It's over there. I point at the earthworm. That's the lurking steel Titan. It's, well, it sure is long, Arvin says. I think our little friend might be even feistier now, after eating those herbs. We're gonna need to do this together. Then he sends out a Pokemon and I thought it was a regional variant Tentacool. But he says, doesn't matter how big an opponent is. Victory's gonna taste so good seasoned by my Toedscool. Toedscool? Not Tentacool? Lillie asks with surprise. Anyway, watch out for the Iron Tail. I yell as Cerulege dodges the attack, and both Lillie and I decide to use our Terra Orbs and they become Fire type. Then we continue to attack until Earthworm wraps around Cerulege. Damn it. I forgot that Cerulege is not a ghost type anymore, I mutter. Leave this to me. Toedscool, Giga Drain. The Pokemon manages to absorb some health and Cerulege finds a chance to get away, and Lillie has Armarouge use Armor Cannon, defeating the Titan for good. I also use the chance to capture the Pokemon. Earthworm. The Earthworm Pokemon. Steel type. When attacked, this Pokemon will wield the tendrils on its body like fists and pelt the opponent with a storm of punches. We did it, guys, way to go. Arvin gives a thumbs up. Did you get a good look at its face, though? I didn't expect a Titan to be such a lil cutie. Yeah, it was quite cute, that's when it didn't show the tendrils. Lillie mutters. I bet if we go in here, we'll find more of that Herba Mystica it ate before. I say and we all head inside the place. And just as we thought, there are a lot of white plants here in this area. I knew it. I spy Herba Mystica. Arvin cheers. I decide to take a bite and I spit a little. Damn, it is salty. Are you sure that this one doesn't have Knackley crawling over them? Lillie asks. Another successful search. We're on a roll. Arvin says. Now then, let's see. What does the book have to say? He opens the book again and says, well, apparently salty Herba Mystica helps with aching hands and feet. Good for neuropathy and numbness. When you've got muscle weakness, it supposedly builds up strength again. After closing the book, he smiles. This'll definitely help Maybostif feel even better. I'm glad. I say with delight. Let's just make some food now. After finishing the sandwiches, he says, here you go. Another of your favorite old Arvin sandwiches, and it comes with a special Titan badge. The Pokemon League might not recognize it, but I hope you appreciate it all the same. Yeah. We have 8 badges already now that we get this steel badge, and just like Arvin said, the League might only recognize 3 of them and we still need 10 more. Once we take the badge, Rotom also takes a picture of us. And as usual, Koraidon and Miraidon want to eat the sandwiches. Arvin says, figured this might happen. Don't worry, I made extra this time for that brute of yours. After giving the sandwiches to both Koraidon and Miraidon, they glow again as they gain special powers, and Arvin also gives Maybostif his own share of the sandwich. That's it. Small bites, Arvin says, but after seeing how Koraidon and Miraidon already finished the sandwiches, he groans, come on. At least bother to taste it before you swallow it right down, would you? Well, I don't know if they have the same taste buds as ours, Lillie says. These brutes seem to be benefiting from the herbs too, I guess. In its own sorta way. Arvin sighs. Oh yeah. Before I forget. Take another look at this. He opens the book again and says, there's always a Titan Pokemon near the Herba Mystica when we find him, right? Like the book says, it's not like big ol' Pokemon just happen to like these herbs. It's actually something in the herbs that are making the Titans so big and strong. After closing the book, he mutters, so does that mean a Titan's lair isn't really some kind of treasure hoard or whatever? It's just a pantry where the Titan keeps its food? Maybe. I say. After Maybostif finishes the sandwich, Arvin asks, oh. You done with your sandwich, Maybostif? Then he slowly barks, and much to Arvin's surprise. You heard that, right? Maybostif just woofed, right? Is that a problem? Raychiu asks. I'm not imagining things. Arvin smiles with tears in his eyes. Oh, Maybostif. Who's my best bud, huh? Who's the best of boys? You are, yes, you are. Are you okay? I ask. It's been so long since I heard that woof. Maybostif is definitely getting better. Ever since I teamed up with you guys, good things keep happening. Arvin says. But we've still got 2 more herbs to go. Hope you'll stick it out until we're done. Yeah, we also have the midterm exam to finish, I say as we all head out of the cave. And just after we leave, we get a call from Professor Sada this time. Hello, Ash and Lillie. This is Sada. I detect that Koraidon and Miraidon have regained more of their original power. While you're riding upon it, it can now jump higher. That's it? I ask. Please continue to take good care of Koraidon and Miraidon, Sada says as she ends the call. Well, we'll take good care of them, and we're also going back to the midterm exam, I sigh. I wonder how Drandon and Luke have been doing with the studies with Nimona. Raychiu chuckles. Those two failed the answers that Nimona asked us the day before. Yeah. I hope that it will be fine for them, Lillie says with slight concern. Monday. Today's the day we have the biology midterm exam, and the questions are actually easy since the questions are either about which button is the button to release Pokemon, how the eggs are bred, how to catch a Pokemon, and how to make catching higher level Pokemon easier. All of the questions are not that hard, except for the last question which actually doesn't affect our grades. Is Professor Jack serious? Did he try to ask me how we like the Pokédex? Raychiu asks. Since he's the one that made the Pokédex, it is no wonder, but I bet he's going to be scolded by Director Clavel for asking that question in the midterm exam. I chuckle. So are you still going to catch Pokemon or are you going to continue study? Nimona asks. We're continuing to study, Lillie says. We still need to memorize the history events. Tuesday, in the morning, we have a math midterm exam, and the questions are about the type advantages, basically shopping questions, and about the critical hits and how they affect the battling. I have to admit that the critical hits part is actually harder than I thought, but I think I'm confident with my answers. So what % chance does a Pokemon usually have to land a critical hit actually? Drandon asks, what are your answers? I think the answer is 4%, since it is 1/24th, I say. I also write this answer as well. Lillie says. Don't tell me that you think is 24, right? Luke sighs. It was a mistake. Sure. Raychiu rolls her eyes. And the history midterm exam happens in the afternoon, and the questions are usually from the Paldea region like the Great Crater, the Empire, and the origin of the school, which was also a tricky one. After the test is over, Lillie and I decide to train our Pokemon and we evolve 2 of our Dunsparce into the new Pokemon. Dudunsparce. 2-segment form. The land snake Pokemon. Normal type. Evolve from Dunsparce by learning Hyper Drill. This Pokemon uses its hardtail to make its nest by boring holes into bedrock deep underground. The nest can reach lengths of over 6 miles. Dudunsparce. 3-segment form. The land snake Pokemon. Normal type. Evolve from Dunsparce by learning Hyper Drill. A recent study uncovered that the number of segments a Dudunsparce's body has is determined by the Pokemon's genes. Dude. You evolve your Dunsparce into a 3-segment form of Dudunsparce? That is a chance of 1%, Drandon says. And only you 2 have the free time to train your Pokemon like this. Raychiu says. I thought I was beaten after the last test. Well, tomorrow's subjects are really easy, I say with a smile. Language and battle studies are our specialties. Right. Lillie says to me with a smile. Wednesday. The language midterm exam is not that hard for me because of my travels in the other region, though I can see that there are Paldean, Cantonian, Colossian, Chinese, and German. Not only there are questions about the meaning of these words, but there are also weird questions like the first step to smooth communication and... Hey guys, did you guys all see the very last question? Professor Salvatore was asking his freaking name, Drandon says. I know, I want to answer that question wrong on purpose, since come on, Theodore, Leonore, and Salvador. I would definitely want to call him either one of these, Raychiu says. But surely, you guys didn't answer it wrong on purpose, right? I ask. Of course not, we respect Professor Salvatore of course, Lillie says. And for the battle studies class, since it is the midterm exam, we are staying at our homeroom for the test this time. The questions are basically easy questions. Like the difference between physical attacks and special attacks, dealing damage, and Terra raid battles. And for the last question, I wonder if she is giving us the question on purpose. Nimona says, and surely all of you get the last question right, right? After the exam, she asks. How can we forget? Ms. Dendra's favorite type is fighting type. She was the one who teaches me how to evolve Primeape and Pomo, I say. And since we only have 2 subjects left, we should just train some Pokemon. Lillie says. So what do you want to train first? I heard that Girafarig has an evolution, how about we try to evolve it? I ask. Ah, you mean Farigiraf, just let it learn Twin Beam and you can evolve it, Nimona says. We decide to try it out and lucky for us, we managed to let Girafarig learn Twin Beam. Twin Beam is a psychic type move that hits twice, and once it manages to learn the move, it evolves into Farigiraf. Farigiraf. The long neck Pokemon. Normal and psychic type. Evolve from Girafarig by learning Twin Beam. Now that the brainwaves from the head and tail are synced up, the psychic power of this Pokemon is 10 times stronger than Girafarig's. This one has the ability Armor Tail. The mysterious tail covering the Pokemon's head makes opponents unable to use priority moves against the Pokemon or its allies. So that means Pikachu's quick attack is not going to work on this Pokemon. I say to the mouse Pokemon, who feels slightly offended. Thursday, Professor Hassel's art class is today's midterm exam subject, and the questions are related to the terrestrialize icons on the Pokemon's head, and what they represent. Though there are some questions that I know the answer to, I've never been to before in the Paldea region, like Medali City. It seems that there is an eatery there that can change a Terra type by giving 50 Terra shards. The last question is very interesting. What makes something beautiful? I mean, this question doesn't even have an answer, right? I ask. Yeah. But still, it will be nice if we write it like a long paragraph. Lillie says. Beautiful has a lot of meanings after all. Right. I mutter. But anyway, I think we should also get ourselves a Mashif, don't you think? Mashif usually stays at Cortondo, so it will be easier for us to find, Lillie says. We all head there and we find a Mashif, and with the help of Doxbun, we manage to capture the dog Pokemon. Mashif. The rascal Pokemon. Dark type. It always scowls in an attempt to make opponents take it seriously, but even crying children will burst into laughter when they see Mashif's face. Seriously? Burst into laughter? I ask. It sure looks quite amusing, but it is also slightly rude. I know. Lillie says. Friday, and the last test for today is home education. The questions are also easy ones, such as the picnic meals and their effects, the berries and their uses, and the Pokemon's PowerPoints. All of them are simple questions and I'm glad that I'm confident in all the answers. We're finally done with the tests. I cheer and Pikachu also cheers with me. Lillie says, don't get too excited now, the results will be shown today. I wonder how much score will we get. While waiting for scores, we decide to continue training Pokemon, and we finally evolve Mashif into a Mabosstiff in the end. Mabosstiff. The boss Pokemon. Dark type. Evolve from Mashif at LV. 30. Mabosstiff loves playing with children. Though usually gentle, it takes on an intimidating look when protecting its family. I see. So it has a move called Comeuppance. The user retaliates with much greater force against the opponent that last inflicted damage on it. Not only this Pokemon, Houndoom and Honchkrow can learn it as well. Right. Lillie says. After we go to the school hall, we get to see the scores, and much to everyone's surprise, Lillie and I all get a scores. Nimona says, congratulations, you too. A is the perfect score, after all, there is A, B, C, D, and then F scores, with each one representing 20 points. That means you can get a number of 35 express candies from the counter. But truly, there are not many people who can get all 7 as. Raychiu says. My language studies is a B. Mine was history, I got the year of the school wrong, Drandon says. That was a trick question. Luke says. Though I got a B in math. The critical ratio 1 really hurts me a lot. We know. You already complained to us about it, Nimona says. But that means all of us are still going to get some candies. And tomorrow we can also go to the next gym as well, I say. I'm coming this time. I heard from Luke and Raychiu that you get some great journeys and I'm jealous, Drandon says. Sure, you did manage to see our first gym battle after all, I say. That night, I contact my mom over the phone, and she says, Congratulations, Ash. I know you can do it. Thanks, Mom. I did get some mistakes in the tests, but how about the Rhoda Kingdom? I ask. It's fine. We managed to inform the news of your engagement with the Ether family to the nobles. Despite they don't like it, compared to the Ether family's wealth and power, they don't seem that they can compare to it, Delia says. Besides, how about your gym challenges? Nice. Tomorrow is going to be my 4th gym battle. I decide to go for the water-type gym, I say. I see. Delia says. And how was Lillie? Is she here with you? She was in her room talking to her brother, probably because she wants to learn more about his relationship with some seniors that we've met, I say. You do realize that Diantha was also in the same school as well, right? Delia asks. Did you meet some seniors that know about her? Of course I do. I say. My friends in the drama club know her since she's now a famous movie star. And while I was talking on the phone, Lillie was talking to Gladian. So you say that not only Giacomo, but even Mela joined this team star and also caused trouble for the school as well? Gladian asks with a slight frown. I never thought she would have. It's fine, we managed to defeat her in the battle. Though I wonder why would you befriend someone with anger issues? Lillie asks. It might be my fault. Mela didn't have any anger issues in the past, Gladian says. I was the one who wants her to stand up for herself because she wasn't able to fight off the people that hurt her. I see. Lillie says. Though I wonder if all of the Team Star members have some connections with you. I don't think all of them are. I say. Giacomo might have thought all of them had connections with me, but I don't think that was really the case. However, I suggest that you ask Ash's sister since we were in the same year and she was also quite famous in people as well. Ash's sister, you mean the Kalos champion? Lillie asks. Yeah. Gladian sighs, though I would like to see Mela again after this. Lillie notices Gladian's frown and she also frowns, but she decides to leave him alone with his thoughts. Drandon, Lillie, and I are now at the Kaskarafa city, the place where the water gym is located, and I was surprised that this city also links to the Asado Desert, the biggest desert in the Paldea region. So the water-type gym must be an easy one for you, don't you think? Drandon asks. Of course, water types are really awesome after all. I did tell you the story of my Gyarados. I also have some cool Pokemon like Wishiwashi, which actually gathers a lot to become the school form, Melodic, which is actually a beautiful Pokemon as it is also strong, and also Greninja. The Greninja with the special form that only you are able to use, and thus it is called Ash Greninja for some reason, Lillie says. Drandon says, you and your Greninja have been a great topic for all the regions. Though how it becomes like this is still a mystery after all. Yeah, and whenever Greninja feels pain, I can also feel it as well. I sigh. But speaking of water types, the Z move is also a great one. Hydro Vortex, it can create a giant tornado after all, Lillie says. But just as we arrive at the gym, we hear a voice, Valton Veluza, I'm late, I'm late. We see a man almost bald with a blue apron rushing out of the gym and leaving. I say, hey, isn't that the gym leader? But it seems like he's running for something, Lillie says. Ah. Kofu. Wait. We see the staff member rushing out of the gym, but in dismay that the gym leader is gone. Ah, he got away. How am I supposed to return this to him now? Just then, the staff member notices us and asks, oh, hey, you're here as a gym challenger, right? Yeah, I am. I say. I knew it, of course, you are. That big man that just left is Kofu, leader of the Kaskarafa gym. He has a bit of a childlike side to him, and today, he's run off to the market without his wallet. He'll be in big trouble without it. That's horrible. How was he supposed to buy things if he doesn't have any money? Lillie gasps. But he should have his Rotom phone and he can pay with LP, Drandon says. That's where you come in, kind gym challenger. Could you please take Kofu's wallet to him? The staff member asks. Sure, I'll help. I say as I take the wallet, which is somehow shaped like a Venonat. Oh, you're too kind. I'd give you a gym badge right now if I could. I'm counting on you. I flinch as bad memories are coming into my mind. I really don't like the badges that are given by pity. Kofu's headed to Porto Marinada. It's on the other side of the desert to the west. Be careful, though. There are many dangerous Pokemon in the desert. Okay. We nod as we all head to the desert by using the special lifts in the city, and we also head to the desert and be careful not to get into trouble. This desert sure is a big one, I say. But if we continue walking north, we can just arrive at West Province Area 2, Lillie says. After getting there, we find Kofu looking at the flowers on the road. Voltan Veluza. Where in the world? You lil flowers are getting battered by the sea breeze something fierce, but you don't care. What strong, pretty lil flowers. Where in the world can I go to find more like you? There's Kofu, I say as we all rush toward him, but he just laughs a little and says, oh, shoot. I need to get down to the market. Wait, Mr. Kofu. We try to yell at him, but he's already left, and we have to continue chasing after him. On the way, we find some dittos disguising themselves as Meowth and Grimer, much to our amusement. We're here. Porto Marinada, Drandon says as we look in awe at the sight of the giant market town. And there's Kofu. I point at the gym leader who seems to be talking to a trainer. Voltan Veluza. Where in the world? The gym leader seems to be in a panic as he continues to search his pocket. Where in the world is my wallet? Without my wallet, I won't be able to get today's hot item. It'll get bought up by someone else. Then we see that the big man is about to cry, and I decide to step in before a man says, don't worry, old man Kofu. I'll run and look for it right now. The man notices us and says, what you want? Old man Kofu's in the middle of some super duper important ingredient buyin'. If we're thinking about trying to interrupt him, then I his best apprentice. We'll have to stop you. So do ya have something super important to say to us busy folks, or what? Hey, we didn't mean any harm. We really need to talk with the gym leader. Lillie says, it's super important. Super important, We'll see about that. Maybe a battle will shut her mouth, the trainer says. Don't worry, Lillie. Let me handle this. I say as we battle the trainer in front of us. He is using a Floatzel and a Clauncher, so I decide to use Pikachu and have it defeat 2 Pokemon with just a Thunderbolt. Shucks, I let old man Kofu down. The trainer mutters. Dang it. That backfired. And now my wallet's empty, too. Kofu notices us and walks towards us. Heya, step right up, and tell me, what's all the ruckus about over here? The trainer says, oh old man Kofu. Seems this kid's got something to say to ya. Kofu asks, what's that, now? A customer here for little ol' walletless, moneyless me. What can I do for ya? I take out the wallet and says, you dropped your wallet, we're here to return it to you. Kofu is shocked as he takes the wallet. Voltan Veluza, my wallet. Lillie says, the staff member from the gym asked us to come to you. Say what, now? My lobby staffer sent ya out here to bring it to me. Kofu asks. Gahaha. That's a huge help. Thanks for coming all this way. I guess I should apologize for my lil apprentice, too. Hope he didn't bother ya too much. Not at all. In fact, I did have a great battle before my gym battle, I say. Ah, a gym challenger. Kofu nods. There's something here at the Porto Marinada auction that we really want to get our hands on. So, as you can imagine, we were both a bit worked up to find I'd forgotten my wallet. Ladies and gents, you won't want to miss this. Here comes today's last item. We hear the speaker talking as we look at the market. Feast our eyes on the main event. I have the legendary Wakame seaweed of the Hoenn region. Do I have any takers? Voltan Veluza. I don't even have to touch it. I can see it's got the springy texture of seaweed chock full of nutrients. And just look at it. Look how it catches the light and shines so brilliantly. Oh, and that rich, fresh aroma of something plucked straight out of the ocean. I need to get me some of that. Then he notices me and has an idea. He says, now listen, kid. If you want to challenge me at the Kaskarafa gym, you're gonna need some smarts. And this is the perfect place to test ya. Get the winning bid on that seaweed for this old man. Wait, what do you mean by that? I ask. Well, ya see. Here at the auction, you gotta compete with other customers for goods. You gotta be aware of how much money y'all have, o' course, but the person who bids the highest price gets to buy whatever's on sale. He gives Maine $5,000 as I walk towards the market. I realize that this is some sort of gamble as I see 2 more customers wanting to buy the same seaweed. Lillie says, so this is the gym test for Ash. Yeah. Drandon says. I wonder how much money will Ash spend on the seaweed. I take a deep breath as the seller says, Hoen's legendary wakame seaweed, we'll start the bid-in at $10,000. $10,000? That sure is a lot. Maybe I should play it safe for now, $10,000. I hear a bid for $10,000. Do I hear more? We're currently at 10,000? Much to my shock, the second person says 15,000 and then the third one wants 25,000. What the hell? Do they really want the seaweed? I can't lose to them. 30,000. I yell, and much to my delight, one of the customers decides to give up, but the other one goes for 40,000. Really? She's going to let me use up all of the money that Kofu gave me? 45,000. I yell. I hear a bid for $45,000. Do I hear more? We're currently at 45,000, and much to my delight, nobody wants to yell for a higher price. Sold. Sold for 45,000 to the little gentleman over there. I smile as I take the seaweed and give it to Kofu. As expected from the world monarch himself. You put those grown-up bidders to shame with your bid-in skills, Kofu says. So you do know me. I say. Thank ya for winning that seaweed for this old man. I'll be talking it now if ya don't mind. Kofu says as I hand over the seaweed to him. This seaweed's a great catch. I'd be feelin' how is the seabed if I'd failed to get my hands on it. If there's any that money I gave y'all left, feel free to keep it as a tip. You can even use it to try your hand at the auction again if y'all like. Thanks. I say as I keep the 5,000 from Kofu. Alrighty. I'm head on back to the Kaskaraffa gym now. Ol' man Kofu's gonna prepare a real good battle fair ya. See ya there. Then Kofu leaves with his assistant, and Lillie says, well, I guess you completed the gym test. But that really costs a lot of money. I say, for an item, they really don't care that I'm the world monarch and want me to spend more money. Well, you are the world monarch, you should have a great deal of money as well. Drandon chuckles. Back at the gym, we are surprised to see Professor Hassel with a woman with her. Professor Hassel? We exclaim in shock. Well, now, Ash, Lillie, and Drandon. I see that you two appear to be progressing well on your gym circuit. Hassel smiles at us. What's this now? Are these the kids we've been hearing so much about? The woman asks. Hey, kiddo. I heard you're, way too good at battling. Yeah. You are the world monarch for a reason after all. Well, I mutter, I wasn't that really good. Pa. You can't fool me that easily. No need to play humble, you hear? The woman says. This young lady would be Rika. Hassel says. That's me, Rika here, at your service. Rika waves her hand at us. She's a little farcical, shall we say. But like myself, she's a member of the Elite Four, Hassel says. What? I wasn't trying to be funny. Rika mutters. Anyway. Tell you something, kiddos. You look fun. Interesting. At a glance, anyway. Naturally, they are two of our academy's esteemed students, all two of them get A's in their midterm exams, Hassel says. Ooh, haha. Yeah, that checks out. It is slightly embarrassing for both of us since the teacher is praising highly about us. Rika continues, but the battles you'll face at these gyms really ratchet up the farther you go. Indeed. Your average trainer abandons the challenge at roughly this very point, Hassel says. But not you, right, kiddos? See you when you hit the champion assessment. You show these gyms what you've got. After that, she leaves, and Hassel says, best of fortunes to you. After Professor Hassel leaves, Drandon says, wow, being held in such a high regard from Professor Hassel is something else. And that woman as well. Lillie says. I wonder what type she specializes. I walk to the gym counter and the staff says, Ash Ketchum, I heard you reunited Kofu with his wallet. I can't thank you enough. Though this is a little irregular, please consider your gym test passed. Our surging chef Kofu will be at the center plaza of Kaskaraffa. We nod as we all head to the battlefield and wait for Kofu to come. When we arrive at the battle court, a lot of people are already there cheering until Kofu arrives. Some children rush to Kofu and one says, Old man Kofu, play with us, come on. Then more people are surrounding Kofu. I would be honored if you would try a new item from my restaurant's menu as well. Kofu sighs, sorry, everybody, I've got some business to take care of as gym leader real quick like. I'm keeping someone waitin', y'all see. Please forgive me, I need to do this first. Okay. After the crowd disperse, Kofu walks towards me. Heya, step right up. I've been waitin' for y'all. Thanks for the help over in Porto Marinada. You did a mighty fine job. And now that I've got that legendary seaweed, I can make some real quality dishes with it. But don't expect me to go easy on y'all in our battle here. Of course not. I say as we head to the other sides of the battlefield. The referee says, the battle between the Kaskarafa gym leader Kofu and the challenger Ash Ketchum is about to begin. Each trainer will be using 6 Pokemon, and when one loses all 6 Pokemon, the other trainer wins. At the auction, we battle with buyin' and sellin'. At my gym, we battle in a more traditional sense. Moves and tactics. Everchongan as the Raging Sea. I'ma serve you a full course o' water-type Pokemon. Don't try to eat him, though. Vaultin Veluza. And he sends out his first Pokemon, which is a fish with pink fins and a weird look. Drandon says, Ash, that's a Veluza. Veluza? So that means all this time this old man has been calling out Pokemon names? Florges, I choose you? I send out my blue flower Florges as the battle starts. I feel a bit indebted to ya, but don't expect me to go easy on ya just cause oh that. Aqua Cutter. Veluza starts by creating water cuts towards my Pokemon. Block it with Flower Shield. I have Florges create the shield to block the attack. Petal Blizzard. Florges shoots the leaves at the Pokemon. Block it with Psychic Fangs. Kofu yells as the Pokemon blocks the attack. Now let's set up the field. Grassy terrain. I decide to set the field so grass-type Pokemon can have a boost in power. Kofu decides to have Veluza use Aqua Jet, dealing a lot of damage to Florges. I have Florges go for Moonblast, and eventually, the giant sphere causes the Veluza to get knocked out in the end. Kofu says, time for the next surprise, Pelipper. The second Pokemon is Pelipper, and this Pokemon starts with the quick attack, hitting Florges, but I have Florges goes for the Petal Blizzard, which is strengthened by both the grassy terrain and the Flower Shield. Blizzard. Kofu yells, and Pelipper creates a giant snow that causes Florges to get frozen. You're kidding me. Hurricane. Pelipper goes for the flying type attack and causes the frozen Florges to be sucked inside, and once the ice breaks, it becomes confused instead. Damn it. I say as the grassy terrain is also gone. Florges, calm yourself and use Moonblast. Surf. Kofu yells, and both Pokemon manages to hit the other with the attack, and in the end, both Pokemon faint. A draw. Lillie says, not to mention, it was like a real fight that becomes intense with the power of typing. Yeah. Drandon says. I recall my Florges while Kofu just gives out a laugh. Who knows that the battle will turn out to be like this? Let's see how you handle Barraskewda. Barraskewda is speedy, so I decide to go with Toxtricity. Toxtricity. Let's go with Overdrive. I have the Pokemon strike the guitar and attacks, but Barraskewda dodges the attack and uses Throat Chop. Damn it. I mutter. Throat Chop makes me unable to use Overdrive. Poison Jab. Use Chilly Water. Both attacks clash at each other and neither one of them holds back, but I smirk when I see that Barraskewda is poisoned by the attack, but Toxtricity's attack stat is also lowered by the attack. Now use Poison Jab again, I say. Looks like we're out of options. Drill Run. I widen my eyes as the ground-type attack manages to hit Toxtricity and with the power, Toxtricity faints in the end. Are you kidding me? Toxtricity was just down with that ground-type move, Lillie says. But at least it is able to poison the Pokemon, Drandon says. Leafeon. I choose you. I decide to go with my evolution to battle, and I have it use Energy Ball, but Barraskewda dodges the attack. Use Ice Beam. Great, not an ice-type move as well, and Leafeon seems to be taking a lot of damage right now. Hang in there, Leafeon. Use Synthesis. I have Leafeon recover its health, and says, Leech Seed. After the attack hits, the potion in the Leech Seed combo causes Barraskewda to finally faint. That is a double shock, Kofu says, but you're good. Wugtrio. Wugtrio. And when I see the Pokemon, I flinched in surprise. What the hell? Wugtrio? I thought it was Dugtrio, Lillie says. Wugtrio evolves from Wiglet after all. Drandon says. But some say that they might be similar. And Wugtrio goes for the sucker punch, hitting Leafeon while I'm having it use Energy Ball. But Wugtrio dodges the attack and goes for Stomping Tantrum, lowering Leafeon's speed. Finish with Triple Dive, and much to my horror, Leafeon is defeated by the attack that hits 3 times. Leafeon. You did a good job. I recall my third Pokemon and go for Bellibolt, hoping the Electromorphosis will help out a lot. Stomping Tantrum. When Wugtrio use the attack, Bellibolt is hit and takes a lot of damage, but the special attack is raised by the ability. Use Discharge. I have Bellibolt use the move, and it deals much more damage than I hoped to. Kofu has Wugtrio use Triple Dive again, but this time I have Bellibolt use Mudshot, lowering the accuracy and finishing with Zap Cannon. Man, something else. Kofu says as his 5th Pokemon is going to be Clawitzer. Thanks, I have a lot of training with water types after all. I rub my head with a smile. Clawitzer goes for the Aura Sphere, and the attack hits since it never misses. Bellibolt, Electric Terrain. I decide to set up the terrain, and then I use Zap Cannon again. But this time Clawitzer dodges the attack and goes for the Dragon Pulse and Dark Pulse to finish Bellibolt. Of course, Clawitzer is good at Aura and Pulses. I mutter, Sosbic, I choose you. After sending the Pokemon, Lillie says, Ash, why are you sending a normal type since Clawitzer has Aura Sphere? I say, Lillie, this is my 5th Pokemon and my last one is right here. I don't know that he has a Clawitzer. Oh right. Lillie says with a sheepish tone. I have Sosbic use Zen Headbutt to destroy the Aura Sphere and hits Clawitzer, but Clawitzer goes for the Dragon Pulse, hitting Sosbic. Sosbic, Megahorn. I yell as the attack hits Clawitzer, then I continue to attack by using Horn Leech, and it not only recovers the damage from Dragon Pulse, but also defeats the Clawitzer. The tides ebb and flow. It's time for a raging tidal surge. Kofu yells as he sends out his final Pokemon, which is something that I wasn't expecting. A Crabominable. Crabominable? Lillie says, reminds me of Kahuna Hala. But it is a fighting and ice type. No matter what you see, it is not good for Sosbic, Drandon says. I decide to give up Sosbic as the Ice Hammer hits the Pokemon and knocks it out, so my final Pokemon is going to be Pikachu. Prepare the rigging for a big transformation. My Pokemon's gone, rock the boat. Kofu sends out the Terra Orb and terastallizes the Crabominable. We'll do the same thing. I decided to try out Pikachu's Terra type this time, and much to my surprise, it is a Psychic type. Really, Psychic type is not bad after all. At least it is able to take any fighting moves, I say. One old man Kofu special, coming right up, hang on tight or get swept away by the surging chef. Then it goes for a Crabhammer, which deals a lot of damage to Pikachu. Pikachu. Psychic, I yell, and Pikachu uses Psychic Energy to hit the Pokemon. Ice Hammer. When the attack hits Pikachu, Pikachu was sent back, but the static ability causes Crabominable to get paralyzed. Now it's my chance. Electro Web, I yell, and Pikachu's attack finally defeats the Crabominable. Crabominable is unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner, which means the victory goes to Ash Ketchum. Nice job, Pikachu. I cheer my buddy by giving him a hug. Volton Veluza. A lively one, aren't ya? A little too lively, if I do say so myself. Kofu laughs. Gahaha. A loss as refreshing as the air at the morning market. I'm just like a helpless little Magikarp to you. Floppin' around all willy-nilly. I don't know is that a compliment or not, I mutter. You got me good, I tell ya. What a great catch you are. Just like a master fisher, ya held on tight till the last second and reeled in victory. Now it's time to hand over a gym badge to ya. And let's get a real good photo together, us in a pose I've been wanting to try out for a while now. After getting my 9th badge, Kofu wants to stand at the elevator while I'm in front of the Rotom phone so that it feels like I was having him in my palm. What a weird way to take a photo. Alrighty. It's about time I headed on back to my restaurant and got to preppin' for the next wave. You come back to see me again now, ya hear? Of course. I say with a smile. And that night, we have dinner at Kofu's restaurant, and the seafood there is really amazing. The next day, Lillie also gets to do the auction and get something for the gym test, and Kofu uses only Veluza, Wugtrio, and Crabominable to face her. After the battle, Nimona arrives. Oh, Ash, Lillie, and Drandon, hola. Nimona. I say. Caught you just as you finished up in here, huh? Nice work, Nimona says. That puts both of you 4 badges in now, right? Man, that's awesome. I can't believe you two are halfway through your gym journey already. Your efforts are bearing so much fruit so quickly. It makes me want to just challenge you to a battle right here, right now. Please don't, Lillie mutters. I just finished my gym battle. Of course, I'm gonna wait. 'Cause I put together my team of Pokemon specifically to take on the gym leader. Dang it. Nimona yells. When I battle you, I want to do it under the best possible conditions. This means this time, I've gotta ask for a rain check. Gah. This is the worst timing ever. Sorry, Ash, Lillie. It's fine. I say as Nimona rushes away, and we also decide to head back to the school now. Monday. So what's going on here? I ask the school council president Nimona. Lillie, Nimona, and I are walking on the campus when we notice a lot of stands that are prepared. Ah, glad you ask. Starting this week, we're having fairs inside the school. Nimona says. Starting tomorrow will be the Kalos Fair. We'll be having a lot of foreign Kalos Pokemon and also cultural activities that are related to Kalos. Not only that, but some of the leaders of Kalos will also arrive and visit the school. Are you serious about that? I ask with surprise. The Kalos Fair. Lillie says in awe. That sounds amazing. It sure is. I say. So it starts tomorrow, right? That's why the stands are preparing today. You're right about that. Nimona says. So what are you two going to do next? We're going to capture a new Pokemon, of course. We were thinking about having a new poison-type Pokemon since all we have is Clodsire, Lillie says. If that's the case, near the school grounds, you can try to capture a Pokemon called Shroodle. Shroodle? We are confused about the Pokemon as we decide to check it out, and we notice that Shroodle looks like a small mouse. We use Orthworm to capture the Pokemon. Despite the Pokemon's size becoming smaller, Lillie was still terrified at the sight. Shroodle. The toxic mouse Pokemon. Poison and normal type. Though usually a mellow Pokemon, it will sink its sharp, poison-soaked front teeth into any that anger it, causing paralysis in the object of its ire. And by training this Pokemon, it evolves into a much bigger and gooey Pokemon in the end. Graphai. Toxic monkey Pokemon. Poison and normal type. Evolve from Shroodle at LV. 28. The color of the poisonous saliva depends on what the Pokemon eats. Graphai covers its fingers in its saliva and draws patterns on trees in forests. So it has a new move called Doodle. The user captures the very essence of the target in a sketch. This changes the abilities of the user and its ally Pokemon to that of the target. That sure is interesting. Lillie says. But we have better be careful not to let this Pokemon Doodle our dorms. Tuesday. The Kalos Fair is spread into 4 sections, one for Pokemon, one for history, one for cultures like food or games, and the final one is the stage set up for leaders to talk. We decide to go for one section each day, so we start with the Pokemon one. Luke says, was that a Furfrou trimming stand? You're right, it is showing the 10 different forms of Furfrou, I say. You know about the forms of Furfrou? Raisa asks. Of course. Natural, Star, Diamond, Heart, Pharaoh, Kabuki, Lorraine, Matron, Dandy, and Debutante trim. Each of the styles is hard to achieve, but I did learn how to trim back in Kalos. Seriously? Nimona asks, you can style your Pokemon? Of course, I can. I say as we decide to look for other stands, and much to my horror, I see the stand that shows my battle with Ash Greninja. Ash, that's you, Raisa says with a smile. It was a battle with your Greninja. Great. I mutter. If only my Greninja wasn't that special. Sorry, dude, but you are a talking legend and there's no turning back for you, Luke says. And I can see why you're wearing a cloak since it is not that cold right now. Yeah. I say. Let's just continue. When we continue moving, we also notice the Vivian with different colors. Nimona says, we have Vivian in the Paldea region, but all we get here is the fancy pattern Vivian. It is amazing to see all kinds of different Vivian in just one area. The staff here must have traveled all around the world to show them off after all, I say. Didn't you also have 20 of them, Ash? Lillie smirks at me, and I say, I only captured them because of the luck that I got when I met a Vivian poacher. He already had all 20 forms in the cages, I just freed them and they wanted to come with me. That's good enough reason for me, Drandon says. Luke is now watching the fossils and he says, though I'm really curious about the fossil Pokemon in Kalos. One becomes a dragon and one becomes an ice. You mean Tyrantrum and Aurorus? I say. Although Aurorus is a slight problem because it was weak when it stays at the hotter or a temperature like this. It is an ice-type Pokemon after all. Raychiu says. Anyway, I'm more interested in the legendary and mythical Pokemon. We also meet up with the club friends from the mythical class, and they show us all about the legendary and mythical Pokemon here. I was surprised that there are only 6 of them since I expected to have more. Legends say that Xerneas can share eternal life. It slept for 1,000 years in the form of a tree before its revival. When Yveltal's life comes to an end, it absorbs the life energy of every living thing and turns into a cocoon once more, Nimona says. Well, that might be correct. Xerneas has a move Geomancy, a fairy-type move that sharply raises its SP, ATIC, SP, Def, and Speed stats on the next turn. Yveltal has Oblivion Wing, a flying-type move that absorbs the HP of the opposing Pokemon and sometimes it will be able to turn humans or Pokemon into stone statues. Wait, turning into stone statues? From a flying-type move instead of Dark or Ghost? Drandon asks. I know it is hard to believe. I say as we get to the next one, which is Zygarde. It's hypothesized that Zygarde's monitoring those who destroy the ecosystem from deep in the cave where it lives. But the fact that it has 5 different forms is only discovered 3 years ago. Luke asks, surely it wasn't you again, right? It's not my fault for getting into a mess like that, but yeah, we did meet Squishy when it was in a core form, and I usually watch him battle using the 10% form. Wait, you have a Zygarde in your team? A club member from the Mythical Pokemon Club asks, and I nod. Yeah, but Zygarde is not a mythical Pokemon. And Zygarde cells can be found anywhere. I can see one over there at the tree. Wait, for real? I can't see it, Nimona says. Of course, you can't. The Zygarde cells hide by becoming invisible. I say, only those who have to meet Zygarde can actually see them. Lillie says, but where did that name Squishy come from? Lillie asks. I mean, I did see you use Zygarde before, but why would you call him Squishy? That's the name Bonnie gave him since he's really squishy. I say. Zygarde has a lot of signature moves. 1,000 arrows also hits opposing Pokemon that are in the air. Those Pokemon are knocked down to the ground. Those hit by 1,000 waves can't flee the battle. Land's Wrath is basically the powerful attack of Zygarde, and the strongest move. Core Enforcer. If the opponent that Zygarde has inflicted damage on has already used their moves, this move eliminates the effect of the target's ability. Then we continue to see the mythical Pokemon. There is Diancie, Hoopa, and Volcanion, and once we're done, we decide to call it a day. Wednesday. Today we decide to look through the history of the Kalos region, and we also meet Professor Rayford there since she is also interested in learning the other region's history. Lillie says, it was a war between the nations of Kalos and Galar. The Great Kalos War. This long conflict was drawn out and many lives were lost. People treated Pokemon with special powers as mere tools in their conflict, so they gathered lots of Pokemon, including Pokemon with unique powers. In order to emerge victorious, the soldiers believed that they needed even more powerful Pokemon. The brother of the king at that time is called Az. Ash says, Az has a Floette, who was forced to send into war and was sacrificed. He grieved for his Floette and thus created an ultimate weapon. The weapon absorbed Xerneas' energy, returning his Floette back to life. However, the despair in his heart caused his hatred, and using the same weapon, only with Yveltal's energy, he destroyed both sides of the conflict, ending the war. And Az's younger brother buried the weapon in an attempt to prevent it from ever being used again. But Team Flare used it again when you traveled in Kalos, right? Luke asks, that's what I heard from my father. Yeah. The leader of Team Flare is Lysandre, the descendant of the king. He once had a generous nature and would help those in need, that's why he created the Hollow Caster. However, after those he supported grew accustomed to his aid and turned greedy, he became disillusioned with the human race. Because of this, he intended to restart the world by using the ultimate weapon. You're kidding. Lillie says in horror. And they decide to use it on Zygarde, which is why they created a control machine. And after seeing my Greninja's abilities, they also want to control my power. He wants me to become the guide of the new world. The ultimate machine absorbs one of my friend's Chespin, and it turns into the shape of the Zygarde. We call it the Megalith. Its goal is to engulf the Anistar City sundial and release enough energy to wipe out all life on the planet, since they don't have Yveltal and Xerneas with them. That's crazy. And let me guess, the Zygarde 100% form stopped Team Flare? Nimona asks. Yes. The 100% form uses Core Enforcer to kill Lysandre in the end. I look away and mutter. And you might not believe me, but during my journey, I met Az himself. The power of the ultimate weapon causes him to be immortal. Immortal? Lillie asks. Is that even possible? Being immortal is not a good thing. He has been living as a punishment, and he is also seeking his Floette. I say. After the defeat of Team Flare, I was approached by Az. He wants to battle me and learn what a Pokemon trainer truly is. After we battle, his Floette finally returned to him, and it is then their hearts have been liberated from the pain and they could finally die in peace. I can see that some people are touched by my story, and I just sigh. It is just a story of my life. I am not sure if it can be related to the Kalos history. Well, I can say that your adventures are pretty interesting. Just then, I don't know when, but Professor Rayford walks towards us. She says, "You really are full of surprises, aren't you?" Well, Professor. I say, yeah, I can tell. Some of them might think that it is just a make-up story, but after seeing the news back then also some other things, it is actually a believable story despite being crazy. Raisa says, the teacher's right, Ash, and I'm glad that we hear about this from you. Me too. Lillie says with a smile. Thursday. When we're at the Kalos fair inside the school, Lillie and I are looking around the clothes stands until we hear a familiar voice. Ash. Is that you? And much to our surprise, a girl rushes towards me and gives me a hug. The girl is no other than Serena, my travel companion in the Kalos region. Serena. Long time no see, I say with a smile, and Pikachu also greets the girl. What are you doing here? I'm asked by the director to come here and give a performance about the showcases, she says. I notice the jealousy from Lillie and I say, Serena, I want to introduce you to Lillie, she's my friend and also my classmate. Lillie, this is Serena. Lillie calms down a little and says, it is nice to meet you, Serena. Serena notices Lillie and then me. She asks, sorry to be rude, but are you two perhaps dating? I pale a little as I don't want to actually break Serena's heart, and Lillie notices my fear and says, what if we are? Are you sad about it? Damn it. Lillie. Why are you going to be so bold? Now Serena is going to hate me for this. Or so I thought. I notice that Serena smiles at Lillie and says, congratulations, Lillie. You finally get to open the heart of the dense head like Ash. Wait, what? She was not mad at me for having a girlfriend like Lillie? What's going on here? But I thought she has feelings for me. Lillie asks, you're not angry at me for stealing Ash? I thought you have a crush on Ash or something. Serena sighs, I gave up a long time ago, and I'm sure that Ash isn't going to return his feelings for me. I just want to continue being friends, that's all. But you should tell me, how did you manage to let Ash confess to you? Sure. Lillie is also a little confused, and I say, I'm sorry, Serena, for ignoring your feelings like that, but you're still one of my best friends. I'm glad. Serena says. Anyway, how's the school doing? I was surprised when I heard that you're attending the school. How did you know about this? I ask, and I hear a familiar voice. Of course, I told her. When we turn around, we find Diantha walking towards me. Good to see you again, Ash. So you're also here, sis. I say while sharing the hug with her. Coming back to the old school, I see. I couldn't refuse the director's offer. Mom was supposed to come as well, but she's still helping our big sis at the Rhoda Kingdom, Diantha says. I see. I say with a slight frown. Anyway, I heard from Mom about your grades on the midterm exam last week. I must say that I'm proud of you too. Diantha smiles. You must have worked really hard for this to happen. Well, not really. Having 8 years of traveling really helps me a lot. I say. And I'm still traveling on weekends. Oh, I also heard from Mother that you're also doing some quests from Professor Sada and Professor Turo, and also some quests about stopping Team Star. So you know about Team Star as well, sis? I ask. The Team Star attack happened while I was filming movies in Unova, so I only heard about it. Though I was also depressed when I heard that some of my friends joined Team Star. So it is not just my brother, Lillie says. Anyway, about that problem, we were asked by someone to stop the team by taking their star badges that signal as leaders. We managed to stop 2 of them, and there are also 3 more. And we were planning to disband the 3rd one this weekend. I think it is the poison type one. Poison type. Atticus. Diantha frowns. I see you're going to stop him this time. You know the poison leader of Team Star, sis? I ask. I thought I know him, but after he joins Team Star, I don't know, Diantha says. Anyway, I think we should change the topic, Serena says, noticing the frown on Diantha's face. So you're also challenging the gyms. How many badges do you have? I think you managed to defeat Ayano, right? That was broadcast wide. Yeah. I admit that the gym challenges in this region are very interesting. I mean, all of them are unique and I actually have 4 badges now. I say as I show the 4 badges. Technically we both have 9 badges. But only 4 are official for the Pokemon League here. The other 5 are just given by either Team Star or a friend of ours. Never thought about you going to get all 18 badges in the Paldea region. Diantha says. I hope you succeed. And after that, I can see that Lillie and Serena are talking about the journeys in the Kalos region and Alola region, and they seem to become great friends, much to my relief. And Serena also notices that Lillie's attitude and personality is also similar to mine, that's why we make a great duo. It is a shame that Serena and Diantha will only be here for today because of their busy schedules, but Serena also tells me that Bonnie and Clemont are going to come tomorrow, much to my delight. Friday, Ash. Long time no see. When I and my friends are attending the fair, we hear a familiar voice as we turn to see Bonnie hugging me. I smile and say, Bonnie. Long time no see. Where's Clemont? He's still working on his devices for the speech, Bonnie says. Did you capture more cute Pokemon? Of course I do. It is a new region for me after all. I chuckle. Guys, this is Bonnie. She's the sister of the gym leader of Lumiose City, Clemont. After each of them introduces themselves, Bonnie says, we wanted to come on the same day as Serena, but because my brother is really busy and the fact that Serena only has time for yesterday, so we didn't get to see each other again. I know, we've met her yesterday, I say. We did chat for a while. But still. You guys are keepers. Bonnie starts to do the same embarrassing thing as she kneels. Please take care of my brother. And suddenly, Clemont appears and his Apom arm grabs Bonnie. I told you not to do this, Bonnie. Hey, Clemont, I say, and Clemont notices me. Ash, what a surprise. How are you doing? I ask. Pretty fine. Clemont says as he puts Bonnie down. I heard that you joined Nariuva University and it seems you have been doing well. Yeah. And these are my classmates. I say. After introducing themselves, we all decide to have a seat while having some drinks. Clemont says, you know, we all saw your battle against Ayano from the livestream. I must say that your battle with her really reached a lot of fans. So it is spread worldwide. I say with a sweat drop. But then again, I was surprised when all the gym leaders here asked for 6-on-6 battles. You're the world monarch after all. Raychiu says, you shouldn't be so modest. Yeah, so you're going to give out a speech on the stage. What about you, Bonnie? What are you going to do then? Clemont says, since you're here, it will be better if you help me take care of her. Hey, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a trainer. Bonnie pouts. I even pick Froka as my starter Pokemon. Really? I thought you would pick Fennekin, I say. I want to be as cool as Ash Greninja after all. Bonnie smiles, and despite having a starter Pokemon, my first Pokemon will always be Dedenne. Dedenne appears from the bag and he greets us. Pikachu also greets the mouse Pokemon. Nimona says, your Dedenne is so cute. Maybe he will also like to see my Pawmot as well. As he sends out the Pokemon, all 3 of them are communicating with electricity. Bonnie says, so that's a Pawmot? Is it true that it can be found around here? Of course. How about I show you where to find one? I ask. I'll come as well, Lillie says. And then we decide to let the others enjoy the fair while the three of us are at South Province Area 1. While we're searching for Pomo, Bonnie asks Lillie, so you and Ash are a thing? Lillie blushes a little and she smiles. Well, yeah, we are. Bonnie says, don't be so shy, Ash is amazing, although I feel a little bad for Serena about this as well. Then again, it is Ash's choice. Serena said that she moved on from her love for Ash yesterday. Ash was also worried when I revealed the truth to her, Lillie says. Bonnie says. So how did it happen? How did you confess to Ash about your love? Not only Serena, but even you want to know about this? I say with a sigh. The thing is that we are actually engaged. Engaged? When is the wedding? Can I come? Bonnie asks with a delight. We haven't set a date yet, Lillie says. We only do this because Ash is royalty and we don't want other people to marry Ash for his fame and fortune. Ah, I think I've seen a lot of that kind of stories from the fanfictions, Bonnie says, and we both stare at her with confusion. Of course, you two want to be married for love. What else could it be? I wonder how many things Bonnie knows, but she is easily distracted after finding a Paldean whooper once we help her get the Pomo, and she also wants to capture it with the help of Flabebe. Once we are done, we manage to bring her back to the speech, where Clemont is showing the Lumiose city and the Apom backpack. So did Clement's inventions continue to blow up in the end? I know it is quite offensive, but I still want to ask. Oh, it is getting less and less, Bonnie says. He stopped screwing around with some parts of the machines. Good to know. I still remember how many times his inventions were blown up in the end, but I know that most of the time he was successful and Team Rocket was the one that destroyed the machines. Those sure are some good old days. After spending more time looking around the fair and learning about the new Pokemon, it is time for Clemont and Bonnie to bid farewell to us. Even though she wants to stay, this is a university after all, and Bonnie is not aged enough to join in. So what are your plans tomorrow? Luke asks. We're going to the Team Star's poison base. I say. So who's coming? I can come, since I don't have any work to do, Raychiu says. Well, not for the two of us. Luke sighs. We both have some personal things to do. I see. It's fine. I say. Although I wonder what is this poison leader's relation with my sister, and why did my sister feels like she doesn't know him anymore? Raychiu, Lillie, and I are now at the Pokemon Center in the East Province Area 3, and we're going to fight the poison-type boss of the Team Star. So the poison-type base is located in a place known as Tagtree Thicket, Lillie says. This forest is also home to a lot of Pokemon like Graphai. Yeah. It is also said that this place has Pokemon that we can actually find in the forest near our Alola school as well, I say. Anyway, the base should be in the south, Raychiu says as we head to the base, and much like before, Director Clavel, disguised as Clive, appears in front of us. Ash, Lillie, and Raychiu. He greets us, and in the disguise, he still doesn't refer to us as Master or Miss again. Director Clavel. What's the matter? I ask. As I've told you, the name's Clive. Please don't forget it. Clive seems to be annoyed at the fact that I'm always exposing his disguise, and I don't why, it is very funny to me. Now, let's pick up our conversation from where we left off before. As I mentioned, I joined Operation Starfall to resolve a sticky situation and to find out the reasons behind Team Star's odd behavior. Above all, I want to know why the students in Team Star have stopped coming to school. And, just like Cassiopeia, I want the team to disband for good. We're going to disband the team, of course, I nod. Since joining Operation Starfall with you, I've already had some success in opening up a dialogue with Team Star. And I think I'm starting to understand things more clearly. But I don't have enough information just yet. That's why I want to speak with students from Team Star's other squads as well. I see. Lillie says. If you intend to take on another base, know that you can count on me for backup. Clive says while tidying his hair again. Why would he go with that hairstyle anyway? Till then, see you around, Ash, Lillie, and Raychiu. After he leaves, we find the gate of the base and see a student arguing with a Team Star member. Do me a favor and go home already, will ya? The grunt frowns. No. I want to see the boss of the Navi squad. Take me to Don Atticus, the student yells. Like I said, kid, the boss told me not to let any outsiders pass these gates. That includes you, the grunt says. I don't care, I'm not leaving till you let me talk to Don Atticus. Gimme a break, you little doofus. The grunt notices our arrival and he groans, oh great, here come other randos to ruin my day. I didn't think grunt work for Team Star newbies would be this much of a chore. The student notices us and says, hold on, Mr. Grunt. I think these people might be Ash and Lillie. Wait. Ash and Lillie? Those kids who picked a fight with Team Star? The grunt asks. Yeah, that's us, so are we going to battle or not? I ask. I knew it. The student says. Hoo boy, this ain't good. The grunt frowns. Everyone else in the base is still asleep since we were up all last night playing video games. Leave them to me, Mr. Grunt. I'll buy some time for you to go wake up the others. We are surprised that the student wants to help Team Star. The grunt asks, yeah? And what's in it for you? Don Atticus will be in danger if no one's here to defend the base. I owe that man my life. He's my dear compadre. And when crisis calls, one has no choice but to rally to those dear to him, no matter the cost. Yeah, I have no idea what you're on about, kid. But thanks for the big assist, the grunt says. Seriously, what is with this kid? I know that he wants to return the flavor, but I'm sure that he is not going to be a fair match for us. All right, you villain. If you're after Don Atticus, be prepared to face my wrath, the boy yells. Sure, bring it on. I sigh, I really don't want to fight this kid, and I think I kinda remember him from the drama club as well, though he didn't show up most of the time and President Ellen seems to be furious about it. His name I think is Yusuf. He sends out Gulpin and Shroodle to battle, so he is also a poison-type trainer. Good to know. I go for Ursaluna to battle, and by using Headlong Rush, both Pokemon are defeated with ease. Although I guess that he flinches during the middle of the battle because he has no idea what he's facing. I talk big, but I'm no warrior, he mutters. Don Atticus, I'm sorry I failed you. Clive walks towards us and asks, are you all right? We're fine. It wasn't even a fair match, to begin with. I sigh. Where are you? I was standing watch when I heard a ruckus all of a sudden, Clive says. Arg. No fair. You had backup this whole time, Yusuf yells. Is this boy one of the university's students? He doesn't look like he's from Team Star, Clive says. You're right. I'm not a member of Team Star, but Don Atticus is my compadre. I have to see him no matter what. Well, clearly you have your reasons for being here. Ash, Lillie, Raychiu. I'd like to ask this boy some questions. You go ahead and get started on the base. Clive turns to Yusuf. Might I borrow you for a chat, my man? Don't worry, I won't bite. After the two of them leave, Cassiopeia calls us once again. Nice work dealing with the guard. Forgot that you were able to track my location with just hacking and see what I'm doing. I say, so why did you call? Within that base lies Team Star's poison crew. The Navi squad. Their boss, Atticus, designs the outfits for the team. You could say he has clever hands. The guy's also a bit of an eccentric. You can never tell what he's going to do next. So since it's beyond us to predict how he'll respond to our declaration of war, just take out as many of the squad's Pokemon as you can until Atticus shows his face. I see. I say, basically everything is the same, no matter how she tries to differentiate them. Ring the bell on the gates once you're ready to kick off this phase of the operation, Cassiopeia says. Time to wipe the Navi squad off the map. After the call ends, Raychiu says, so what was that Pokemon you have there? I don't think I have seen it before. Ursaluna is the evolution of Ursaring. I say. By evolving it under a full moon with the Pete block. Its move Headlong Rush was like a close combat but a ground-type move. Pete block? I have never heard of that item before, Lillie says. Because they don't exist in this world. Ursaluna is considered an ancient Pokemon in the Sinnoh region. They were supposed to be extinct, and I don't mean they're like Aerodactyl who turned into fossils. I only get this because of Arceus' help by sending me to the past. Really? So you were sent back to the past before? Raychiu asks. Just to solve some problems and then get back without influencing the timeline. I sigh. It is not that easy, to begin with. So you're going to use it on the battle this time, Lillie says. Might as well do it, I say. By the way, the poison type. I do remember one poison type gym battle that I use all 6 Pokemon just to fight her 3 Pokemon. 3 to 6 wasn't fair to begin with. You say that you have to use 6 Pokemon to defeat her 3? Raysa asks. Yeah. The Verbank City gym leader, Roxy, is strong, I say. But for the Pokemon, most of the poison type comes from Kanto. I know that Team Rocket likes to use this type a lot. That's true, Lillie says. But I think that poison type like Nidoqueen or Nidoking is strong. I wonder why those 2 Pokemon are unbreedable. If you want to breed a Nidoran, you will need to breed it or Nidorina or Nidorino, I say. Besides them, there is also Garbodor. Its Gigantamax is something else, and probably the only Unova Pokemon that can do that. Raysa says, though I really like Toxtricity, the way that they use their chests as guitars are really amazing. Yeah, Toxtricity basically has 2 forms that depend on nature, and there is also Pokemon like Roserade which is beautiful, I say. What about the Z move? Raysa asks. It was such a pain to find that specific Z crystal, to begin with. I accidentally found it at Malie City by defeating a totem muck who was lurking at the garbage dump. And the Kahuna Nanu also doesn't seem to care if a new totem appears. I don't think he actually cares about something. That poor man, Lillie says. I did remember you saying that you have to threaten him to give you the Z crystal for dark type. But why would he act like that? Raysa asks. Being in international police and having his family dead by the attacks with only Acerola as the only one survived. I say, it's a sad story. Really? Raysa says. But anyway, we should try to get into the base, should we? Yeah. Raysa, do you have enough antidotes with you? I ask. I also have the full heals with me as well, since we're facing poison types after all, Raysa says. When we press on the button to open the gate, the speaker is saying again. Seems the folks behind Operation Star Fool are finally making a move against our base. You know what that means, gang. Time for us to shine bright and avenge our teammates. And hey, little intruders, just so you know. If you've got the skills to defeat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes, our boss might deem you worthy to meet in person. Hey, break a leg. Yeah, we know already, I mutter. But this time they have a lot of Pokemon like Venonat, Venomoth, Fungus, Amoonguss, Shroodle, Grafai, Gulpin, Swalot, Wooper, Clodsire, Grimer, Seviper, Ghastly, and some Varoom. There are a lot of Pokemon here, but none of them are matches for Farigiraf, Wordeer, and Slowbro. And what was that Pokemon you have there? Raysa asks while we continue to battle the grunts. That's a Wordeer, the evolved form of Stantler. To evolve it, you need to have Stantler use Psyshield Bash 20 times. Interesting. Raysa says. We always finish it under 2 minutes, and the grunts are also terrified at our victories. He's way above our level, we've got to get the boss, the grunt yells. Really? Is that what they think after being defeated by us? I roll my eyes. I guess so. Lillie says as we prepare to wait for the Starmobile to appear. When the curtains open, the purple-colored Starmobile appears in front of us, and I was wondering who is Atticus, but this guy was wearing just like a ninja and his face is covered. What the hell? Is he trying to become like Koga or something? Pray forgive my sudden entry. 'Tis I, Atticus, Atticus says. You're those scoundrels, Ash, Lillie, and Raysa, I take it. You have some nerve bearing your fangs at Team Star. Great. He thinks he's from an ancient era and he's speaking the ancient language as well. Lillie says, so what if we are? Come, then, villainous wretch. A plunge into grim poison shall be your well-deserved fate. On guard, Atticus says. The 6 Pokemon that he sends out are Skuntank, Dragalge, Muck, Toxapex, Grafai, and the actual Revavroom, which is actually the Steel and Poison type one instead of the one as the Starmobile. So that's the real Revavroom, Lillie says. We go for Ursaluna, Wordeer, Farigiraf, Pikachu, Arcanine, and Whiscash to battle. HMPH. Seeing that thee have strange Pokemon with you. He takes out the Terra Orb and uses it on Revavroom, which becomes a pure poison type. We decide to do the same as I use it on Pikachu, and much to my surprise, it is a ground type with the island on his head, and also Werdir, having the giant eye on the head as psychic type. Not but punishment awaits thee. Wretches, a plague on your house. He yells as he has Skuntank use flamethrower on Ursaluna and Muck uses drain punch on Farigiraf. Pikachu. Discharge. Ursaluna. Earthquake. I have both Pokemon to attack, but Dragalge and Toxapex use Protect and Baneful Bunker respectively, and then Skuntank use Toxic to poison all of our Pokemon. Arcanine. Flamethrower on Skuntank. Lillie yells, and the attack manages to hit the Pokemon, but before it faints, it manages to use Sucker Punch to hit Arcanine. Then the Acid Armor and Minimize causes Muck to be a hard target to hit, and it defeats Farigiraf with the Drain Punch and the Poison status effect. Another one down from the poison? This sure is a big problem, Raychiu mutters. Werdir. Please just hit. Psyshield Bash. And after trying to hit Muck a lot of times, it is finally hit and knocked out. Rivaroom goes for Zen Headbutt, hitting Pikachu, and then the Hydro Pump from Toxapex defeats Arcanine. Art thee perhaps did relate to Diantha Ketchum? I can see thy arts are similar, Atticus says. You're talking about my sister, she did tell me about you and I'm not going to lose to you. I say as I have Pikachu use Dig to dodge the Dragon Pulse and then defeat it with just the attack. Very well, I respect her, let's see if thou can have the same respect as her. Graphai goes for Poison Jab, but Lillie has Whiscash use Mud Bomb to block the attack and defeat it with Waterfall. Eventually, Whiscash is defeated by the Poison status, and Werdir is also down. Raychiu says, Ash, Farigiraf is done. Good. I send the Pokemon back out, only to be hit by the Overheat and spin out from Revavroom, but I have Farigiraf use Twin Beam to defeat the Revavroom, and then Toxapex is also defeated by Thunderbolt. You think to give me a taste of mine own poison? Fie. I will fight on till the bitter end, Atticus yells as he jumps off the mobile. Now we're going to fight the mobile, and good thing that Arcanine is also healed, but Pikachu and Ursaluna are also down with the poison status, meaning that we only have 2 Pokemon to deal with the car. Noxious Torque. This time it has a poison-type Torque move, and after hitting Farigiraf, it becomes poisoned, and fortunately, Raychiu manages to finish healing Werdir and I have it go for the Psyshield Bash and Lillie has Arcanine go for the Extreme Speed. Farigiraf goes for Psychic and all the attacks are dealing a lot of damage, but the Smog attack and the Noxious Torque is poisoning all of our Pokemon, and in the end, Pikachu is also back as we have all 4 of them attack together and destroy the giant car and taking down the Revavroom on it. Forgive me, my friends. Atticus holds his head with horror, before taking off the mask, and I see that he is a boy with gray hair and some makeup on. For the sake of the team, I would give my very heart and soul. But I cannot defy the rules, our code must be obeyed. He walks towards us and says, and so, this badge is mine to keep no more. I entrust it to thy care. He gives me the poison badge, and this is actually the 10th badge that I'll be getting, and by taking a picture, we bow at each other for the picture. Ash and Lillie are thy names, are they not? Atticus asks. You have utterly bested me. But thy victory stirred no bitterness within me, such was its brilliance. And then Clive arrives with Yusuf and Yusuf yells, Don Atticus. My compadre? Atticus is shocked to see the boy. It seems this little fella has been dying to speak with you face to face, Clive says. Don Atticus, please, hear what I have to say. I only need a moment, he begs. Whatever brought you all the way here? Atticus asks. I came to help you. If you don't start going to class again, you'll be expelled from the academy, right? Yusuf asks. Atticus stares at him before closing his eyes, and Yusuf says, when the other kids at school and I were getting bullied real bad, you and the rest of Team Star saved us. Thanks to that operation you carried out, we were all able to go to school again. If you got expelled for being the good guys, that'd be the worst thing ever. There is that operation again. I wonder what's the truth of that operation. Atticus suddenly kneels with his head on the floor and says, forgive me. Haven't you heard anything from the big boss? Yusuf asks. Nay, we've heard not a whisper since that fateful day. Atticus says, without the big boss, Team Star can't carry on. And without the team, the bright and merry student life we seek lies beyond our reach. We've no choice but to defend our bases till the big boss returns to us. You evidently trust this big boss of yours a great deal. Who exactly are they? Clive asks. In truth, not one of us has met them in the flesh. By their own word, they are recluse. As with the rest of us, 'twould seem bullying was to blame. That's awful. Yusuf mutters. Though their name and face be unknown to us, they are nonetheless our precious comrade. Atticus says. Our only choice is to maintain our vigils from the bases, awaiting the day of their return. So that's why you don't go to school, I say. But still, don't ever think that Team Star is all you have, Don Atticus. Yusuf says. You've got a lifelong compadre in me, and don't you forget it. My compadre. Atticus says. I owe you a great debt. It seems we're one step closer to the truth behind Team Star's truancy, and the bullying at the university. But more importantly, I can't believe I had no idea about these issues the students are struggling with. Clive says. They have friendships they hold dear and reasons for acting as they do. I just couldn't see it. It's shameful how oblivious I've been. I believed Team Star to be the one and only treasure in my life. Atticus says. Methinks I may have been mistaken. So what's your relation with my sister? I ask while folding my hands. Hey. We're just in the same club, the drama club. Atticus says. I guess the two of thee did join the same club? We do. Lillie says. After we leave the base, we also get a call from Cassiopeia. Ash, Lillie, Raychiu. It's me. Atticus' star badge is now yours, then? Yeah, we have it. I say. I see. Now that its boss has been taken down, the Navi squad's days are numbered. She silenced for a little before muttering, now Atticus, too. Are you really fine about this? Lillie asks with concern. Sorry, I've got a lot on my mind right now. Cassiopeia says. So Operation Starfall. You've taken down all but 2 bases, so it's fair to say it's going well. This seems like a good time to let you know what we're ultimately aiming to achieve. Now, this gains our attention. Our final goal is to defeat the mastermind that first recruited the 5 squad bosses and created Team Star. The one they call the Big Boss. I was confused. Aren't you the Big Boss? I mean, the names of the bases are actually from the constellation of Cassiopeia, meaning that it was you, right? Who is the Big Boss? Lillie asks, but deep down inside, we all know who the boss is. Who knows? They control the 5 squad bosses from the shadows. That's all anyone can say. If we defeat this person and get them to declare the team disbanded, that'll be it for Team Star. Since the Big Boss never set up their own base and keeps their identity hidden, I take it they're not one for the spotlight. But once all the squad bosses are out of action, the Big Boss'll finally have to take the stage. Now about your reward. I'll transfer some LP over to your phone as promised. We get the 7,000 LP as a reward, and we also get a new list of TMs to create. Have your Pokemon learn strong moves so that they can continue to be of use to the operation. My supply unit representative should be with you soon. After the end of the call, Lillie says, so let's think if Cassiopeia is the boss, did she want us to defeat the 5 bosses first, and then meet her so we can beat her? This is full of contradictions. I know. But we are still in the dark about the whole Operation Star thing, I say. And Penny appears again and she says, hey there, Ash, Lillie, Raychiu. This time, Miraidon appears from the Pokeball and Penny jumps, Awah, I wasn't talking to you, and it looks different now. And Miraidon licks Penny again, and like last time, we have to calm the Pokemon down. So, that mastermind you were talking about. Cassiopeia's mentioned them to me, too. Penny says. Team Star's founder. The person who's caused all kinds of misery at the Academy. If we don't take them down, I'll lose what I treasure most in the world. What do you mean by that? Raychiu asks. No, I just. That's right. You need your rewards. Here. Take them before I forget. She shoves some items to make TMs and the poison badge for Lillie. All right, well, I'll be off, then. Then she quickly runs away, but she stops and says, oh, and Ash and Lillie. Don't lose to those guys. We won't. Then she runs away, and now I wonder if Penny is Cassiopeia, the boss of Team Star. My family comes from the ninja clan living in the Paldea region. Because of our old traditional training and the uncomfortable outfits, I start to hate everything. I don't hate being a ninja, but I hate all of those old ways. They're just like invisible bindings that trap me and my family. To show my determination, I ask my father to let me go into the Department of Design at the best school in Paldea, Nereuva University. By telling him that I want to make the clothes comfortable for training and also protective at the same time, my father eventually agrees with my reasons to go into the Department of Design. In school, I get to learn a lot about modern clothing, and I am amazed at how comfortable they look and what they wear. Living in the mountains, I never get to get in contact with these kinds of things, which makes a lot of classmates treat me as old-fashioned, a word that I hate the most. However, I decide not to do anything as my father trained me day and night for me to learn how to be patient and wait for the right moment to strike. When I learn about the clubs and how people like to join them, I decided to attend one for myself. When I noticed the drama club, I was attracted by the performance they were showing. The senior of the battling department, Diantha, is dazzling on the stage while playing Little Red Riding Hood. And it was also the performance that made me join the club. "So you're Atticus from the Department of Design," Diantha says after seeing my application. "Why do you want to join the club?" "My family lives far away from civilization, and because of it, there are a lot of things I don't know about," I say. When I see the performance at the club festival, I was attracted by the dazzling performance and the flashy outfits. That's why I want to join the club. "I see." Diantha walks towards me and gives me a hand. "If that's the case, as the president of the drama club, I welcome you to the club." I was delighted when I joined the club, and I decided to show my ninja skills as a part of my talent so that the committee members can provide me with some jobs. And seeing how speedy I am, they decide to let me be a part of the supporting roles. I can understand since I'm new to this, and they want me to get some practice before they can give me a major role in the future. So all I have to do is to work hard. My time in the club is amazing, but there is only a slight problem. In one show, I was asked to act as a horse with another supporting role. The costume was really heavy and hard to control, and it is then I argue with the other committee members about the prop. Diantha says, "The props we have here are inherited from us by our graduated seniors, and our funds are limited. I just hope you can bear with it." "But if the props are uncomfortable to use, won't that ruin the show?" "If money is the problem, then I'll use mine to create a better prop," I say. Diantha looks at my determination, and she says, "If that's the case, since we're running out of time, if you can create a better prop, then we'll use it. Your deadline will be a week." "But Diantha, the prop team is complaining, but I don't care since the president really wants to see how I will work on the prop, and I am not going to lose to them, so I worked day and night to create the best horse prop that I can. Not only it can be worn for a person, it is also comfortable to manipulate. And because of it, Diantha decides to let me join the prop team despite I'm also in the acting team. Just so you know, you might be able to create a comfortable costume, but don't get cocky because of that," the prop leader says to me. I just nod since he is still the leader. Being in two roles is quite tiring for me, but I'm also enjoying it. My school life is also great as I get to hang out with Diantha and her group of buddies. When I talk to them, I realize that Diantha is actually the Kalos champion, which is actually the neighbor of Paldea region, and she has also been getting a lot of acting jobs. The group shows me a lot about movies, and that's why I like to talk in a way like those movies. Day after day, I have been climbing the ranks as I manage to get more than just a supporting role with my acting. However, the practice causes me to be absent with the prop making, and sometimes I have to argue with the prop team to make the props comfortable and interesting. Sometimes, I just decide to do it my own and change the props myself. I don't care if they get mad at me or not. It is actually the day before the performance. I was about to go into the clubroom when I hear the prop team complaining to Diantha about me. "Atticus needs to get out of the prop team. All he did was mess up the outfits and the props that we made. He sometimes just changes them without our permission, saying that they are old-fashioned or some sort because of it," a team member says. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Are they trying to get me out of the prop team? Diantha says, "I know that Atticus has been going on a roll that he wouldn't be able to go to the meetings. However, did you even get to discuss with him about the props or the outfits that you're making? You do know what will happen if we do. We won't get the job done if he continues to argue with us in the meetings," another member says. "Just because he's in the Department of Designing doesn't make him the best of us," I hear the leader's voice. "If you really want the best for him, then you should get him out of the prop team." It is then I decide to enter the room, and when the prop team sees me, all of them decide to leave and each of them gives me insults that break my heart. Diantha walks towards me and says, "Just ignore them. Not everyone is as fond of making outfits or props as you do. They're just jealous about you. Maybe they're right. I'm just a poison to the prop team. It will be better that I leave the team. I say with a tear coming from my eye. Despite Diantha wanting to cheer me up, their words really carve into my heart, and it also cost my performance on the show. I messed up the lines, and eventually, the crowd was booing and the show was forced to end. Just because he messed up this time doesn't mean he will mess up next time. And he has just gone through depression. There is no way I'm going to kick him out of the club. Diantha continues to argue with the other members, and I don't need to guess to know who the ones wanting me to be kicked out. The prop team members. I was touched by the fact that Diantha and her group is willing to trust me, but I was also angry. It is because of those people that cost me doom back on the stage. No, they have been giving me trouble. I'm grateful for Diantha to stand up for me, but she won't always be there to help me. I need to find a way to get my revenge on them, and they are going to be the ones begging for my mercy. Atticus, do you have a moment? I turn to find my friend Ari walking towards me. What's the matter, Ari? I ask with slight confusion. I saw the messed up performance and also heard everything from Diantha. I want to say that you've been bullied by those prop team members. Are you sure you can take this? Ari asks me. I have to be patient until the day I can prove them wrong, I say, and I'm not going to give up. And what if there are other people like you in this school? Will you help them or turn a blind eye to them? Ari continues to ask me. Is she serious? There are also people who suffered as I did? This is unforgivable. I will help them. It is a ninja's duty to protect the weak. And Ari decides to let me join this group known as Team Star. There are only 4 members at that time, with the leader not showing up and leaving just a voice. After getting to know the other 2, Giacomo and Mela, I decide to help all of them out by getting revenge on the people who wronged me, and also saving my compadres from suffering the same fate as mine. After joining Team Star, I decided to create some badass outfits for my teammates. Although I have never met the boss of Team Star, she refuses to let me create the outfits for her. I bring the boots to Mela and say, forgive me. It took a goodly time to procure the required materials. Mela tries on the red boots that I made and says, whoa, sick. These boots are inson. Ah, yes. The move Flame Charge was my muse for those particular pieces, I say. Ari is also trying out the new outfit, and she says, this outfit is everything I imagined it would be. Thank you so much. I merely wished to create a costume worthy of the great infernal Ari. If it aligns with your vision, then I am content, Atticus says. Seems our outfit upgrades are all wrapped up, then. Thanks a ton, Atticus. Giacomo says to me. With you two looking like absolute beasts, anyone who crosses us will be sweating bullets. You're so good at these sorts of crafty things, Atticus. Ortega says. Those people bullying you cause you geek out over old-fashioned stuff are out of their minds. I give a small smile. Why'd I ever care what those guys say? The way of the ninja is rough and fraught with thorns. I neither expect nor desire sympathy from the unrefined rabble. Ooh, someone's getting fired up. Watch out, world. Our Atticus has fightin' words, Mela says. Yeah, don't listen to the haters, Atticus. I think you're really cool, Ari says. All right, gang. Let's move on to the next step, Giacomo says. It's time to put our backs into our battle training so we're all prepped for Operation Star. We gotta be stronger than everyone else in the team. That's what being a boss means. Indeed it does. Henceforth, I will devote myself heart and soul to honing my battle skills, I say as we all decide to train for the upcoming operation for those who wronged me. Monday, Lillie and I spend a day at Porto Marinata. The whole Sunday is relaxation, and we decide to go back to school this morning, but before that, I decide to do something that I was not happy to do. Capturing Tauros. So you're capturing the Tauros again even though you already trade away 29 of them, Lillie says. Yeah. Because Tauros has 3 regional variants in the Paldea region. I mutter. I don't know why I'm going to do this again. I just hope those 3 are not going to be like the rest who like to trample me. Tauros, Paldean form, combat breed, wild bull Pokemon. Fighting type. This Pokemon has a muscular body and excels at close quarters combat. It uses its short horns to strike the opponent's weak spots. Tauros, Paldean form, blaze breed, wild bull Pokemon. Fighting and fire type. When heated by fire energy, Its horns can get hotter than 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Those gored by them will suffer both wounds and burns. Tauros, Paldean form, aqua breed, wild bull Pokemon. Fighting and water type. It swims by jetting water from its horns. The most notable characteristic of the aqua breed is its high body fat, which allows it to float easily. After catching the 3 Pokemon, I say, well, I just hope those 3 aren't going to trample me. Anyway, let's head back since we're going to do the Hoenn Fair. You're right, Lillie says with a smile as we all head back. Nimona notices this and asks, so what did you guys get for today? We got 3 Tauros. I say, each with a different breed, they can only be found at West Province Area 2. Interesting. Anyway, since you 2 are here, do you mind helping me with the stands? We're going to have the Hoenn Festival for today. Sure. We can help. After helping out the stands, we decide to go back to biology class, and this time Professor Jack is teaching us Pokemon evolution, and it is actually the topic I have been asking him a lot before the midterm exam. Tuesday. We get to have Professor Time's math class today, and she's teaching us the mathematics of stat boosts. This one is interesting because each Pokemon move has a base power and that base power is affected by the type of the Pokemon. And in the afternoon, Professor Rayford's history class really gets my attention. The 4 Ruinous Treasures. It is actually a fairy tale about the treasure collecting king, who receives 4 items from the east. A vessel, a sword, a set of tablets, and a set of beads. After explaining what each treasure can do, she also tells us that the night that the king gets the treasure, a terrible disaster causes the castle to be reduced to rubble by dawn. And since it is filled with mystery, so Lillie and I decide to ask her about it. It is really convenient that you would take the bait I presented in class. A vessel, a sword, a set of tablets, and a set of beads. After obtaining these 4 treasures, the king's castle was destroyed. Why, you ask? Because these 4 treasures were actually 4 Pokemon. All these Pokemon were passed from human hand to human hand as treasures. They slowly become tainted by hubris and greed. Finally, after coming in contact with the rapacity of the king at that time, they awakened as disasters and began to rampage out of control. The king called for renowned Pokemon wielders to defend the country and, after a fierce battle, these incarnations of disaster were quelled. It is said that these 4 Pokemon were then sealed away somewhere in Paldea. Lillie and I can only open our mouths wide in shock since I am not sure if it's a big deal. Rayford asks us if we believe the make-up story, but I don't think it is a make-up story. I met a lot of legendary Pokemon. But evil legendary Pokemon? That is actually new to me. After that, we decide to go to the Hoenn Fair with my group of friends. When we see the Mega Evolution, Nimona says, so it is true that some Pokemon can evolve further with the use of the Mega Evolution? Of course. I say. Mega Evolution requires 2 things, a Key Stone and a Mega Stone. They originated from Kalos. I'm sure that we saw them back at the Kalos Fair, and they can only be activated if you have a strong bond with the Pokemon you have. Raycha says, Mega Evolution is cool, but we don't actually use them in Paldea region since we already have Terastallizing, which is already popular. Wait. That means all of you have Key Stones and Mega Stones with you? Nimona asks, and all 5 of us nod. Damn. Where can I actually get one? My dad will be coming to school a few days later, maybe I can ask him to give you one, Luke says. Speaking of your family, my family is also coming a few days later as well, Raycha says. So both Steven and Wallace are going to come here. That's cool, I say. And look at the legendary and mythical Pokemon here, Lillie says. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. But there are 3 missing. That's because those 3 are actually discovered in Hoenn first. Why they were made was still unknown until the discovery of Regigigas in Sinnoh, I say. And those 2, they're Latios and Latios, right? Drandon asks. I also remember a place that treats them as guardians. Altomari. I say. They are guardians and they're protecting the Soul Dew. A Soul Dew is actually made from a soul of a Latios or a Latios. And it boosts the power of the Psychic and Dragon-type moves. Looks like you have a lot of experience. Lillie teases me a little. Well, there is a Latios really fond of me after all, I sigh. When we continue moving, we manage to get to the history area. Raycha says, Hoenn was created after Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre were formed. Primal Groudon raised the landmasses and Primal Kyogre filled the seas that would later become Hoenn. A meeting between these two caused a great battle for supremacy until it was quelled by Mega Rayquaza, sending Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre into caverns where they rested until they were awakened many years later. Yeah, that was a story that my father told me from the past, I guess you as well, Luke says. My hometown Sutopolis City has the Cave of Origin, it was the place where we guard Kyogre and Groudon. Raysa says. But I've never seen it in person, I've only heard about their awakening in the Hoenn Seas and in Dahara City. I pale a little as I don't want to remember the incident, and Nemona asks, really? Don't tell me you're involved in this as well. Do you think I want to? I sigh. Team Magma and Team Aqua wanted to get those two Pokemon. I was unfortunate enough to be dragged into their mess. And the Dahara City event is also something I try to forget. Sure. And what about Rayquaza? Lillie asks. You won't believe I rode one to space to stop the meteorite from hitting Earth. I chuckle. Maybe we should probably ask you all of the legendary and mythical Pokemon that you've earned someday, Nemona says as we laugh. That night, I call Arceus out and ask him about the treasure of ruined Pokemon. Arceus says, they're actually true Pokemon. I created them a lot of years ago because of my anger towards humans' greed. And your history teacher is also right, they're sealed at 4 corners of the Paldea region. So will it be fine if I capture them? I ask. I mean all 4 of them? Arceus says, I trust your pure heart will be able to clean their darkness. However, you will have to be careful since their powers could cause destruction. I see. I nod as I prepare to rest for tomorrow. Wednesday, after the midterm exam, Professor Salvatore from the language class decides to teach us how to watch Pokemon's expressions. He also has a Pikachu and he has been asking him to do some expressions so that we will know how the Pikachu feels. And of course, I know about how Pikachu feels because we have been together for 8 years. And in the battle study class, Professor Dandra teaches us the advantages and the disadvantages of letting Pokemon do their own battles instead of commanding them. I know that Karina had done this kind of thing in the past and it caused the Mega Evolution to go poorly. But it will be also fun to let Pikachu do the work. And we're continuing with the fair, and we're looking at the Jirachi crystal. Lillie says, so this is just a replica of the Jirachi crystal. It is true that Jirachi only wakes up for 7 days while sleeping for 1,000 years? How can a Pokemon sleep that long? But then again, this guy can actually make wishes come true. Drandon says. Have you tried it out before, Ash? I mean making a wish from Jirachi? Well, I did make a wish on Jirachi before. But material wishes are just Jirachi using teleport. I sigh. For example, if you want a Switch, Jirachi will just teleport the Switch from a nearby store. But won't that be stealing? Raysa asks. And what about the non-material wishes? I won't dare to remember that. I remember a guy wanting Jirachi to create a Groudon, but that Groudon becomes a monster that keeps absorbing Pokemon and humans in the end. I shiver a little. Since then, I only use Jirachi for battles and I never ask it for wishes. But would it be able to battle? I mean, it was sleeping for 1,000 years, Raysa says. My Jirachi has sleep talk, so it is not a problem, I say. Anyway, Deoxys is in the next stand. Deoxys has 4 different forms, and it is actually a mythical Pokemon from space. Luke says. And I guess it was the reason why you rode Rayquaza to space. I almost forgot you're Steven's son. I say. Yeah, it was a request from Steven to stop the meteorite. At first they wanted to use Mega Evolution energy to create the wormhole and teleport the meteor, but it is against the Draconids, who think that it won't work since we can't control where the wormhole leads to, and that's why we decide to work together and use Rayquaza's power to stop the meteorite and defeat the Deoxys inside it. You really have some great adventures. I really wish I can be just like you, Nemona says. Of course, you can, you just have to believe in yourself, I say with a smile. After leaving the group, Lillie decides to ask me, so Ash, I want to ask you about Nemona. I stare at Lillie and ask, what about her? The way you look at her is the same way you look at me, so I want to ask, do you perhaps like her the same way you like me? Lillie asks with a stern tone. I flinch and sigh. I admit that Nemona was quite attractive, but you're still my girlfriend and my wife-to-be. Lillie says, I see. But just so you know, I don't mind if you like Nemona. I look at her with a surprised tone, and then I say, Let's just talk about this later. Thursday, during the art class, we are surprised that Professor Hassel brings Brassius, the grass-type gym leader from Artazen, to the class as a special guest. He told us about how Professor Hassel saved him while he was in depression with his art style, and he also told us what the surrendering Sunflora means. It is the fact that he was surrendering all hope that he had that made the art. At first, he did art because he wants fame and fortune, and eventually it causes him to be ill, and gave up hope until meeting with Professor Hassel. Professor Hassel is also touched at the story, and I can see a lot of classmates here are feeling the same way. And after class, we notice that a woman is trying to find Professor Hassel. It turns out that Professor Hassel is also from a dragon clan, and his family wants him to quit his job as a teacher to be the head of the clan. After asking our opinions, he decides to refuse the family and continues being the teacher in school, much to our delight. But after that incident, I start to wonder how strong is Professor Hassel. I know it won't be possible to battle the teachers because they are already busy with schoolwork, but he has to be so strong if he is the strongest Elite Four in the Paldea region. Speaking of Elite Four, I also wonder what type is Rita, the one we met back at Kaskarafa Gym. And not just those two, I wonder who are the other two Elite Four members as well. And when the Hoenn Fair continues, Luke and Reese's family also arrive at the fair as they're here for the speech and also to see how their children are doing. We get to see Steven first since Wallace and the others are still on their way. It sure has been a while since our last meeting, Ash, Steven says. Same here. I remember that our last meeting was at the Wyden Stadium where we face each other at the Masters 8. I can't believe it has been months since then, I say. Indeed. Your Pikachu really gives my Metagross a nice battle. Though I was quite surprised that you've become a student here at this Neryuva University, not to mention you're also Luke's classmate. Luke says, it sure is a small world after all. But Ash and Lillie are good friends and we did have a lot of fun together while searching for our treasures. And by the way, how are the research of the Terra shards that I sent to you? After searching them, we get to know more about terrestrialization, and it will be possible to create our own Terra orb and use it in the other regions like Mega Evolutions. I see. Luke says. And after a while, we also get to see Reese's family. I still remember the last time I met Wallace was at the Lilycove City as I battle him with a 3-on-3. Although that caused me to miss Chloe and Serena's contest that day. It is nice to see you again, Ash. I hope this time you didn't forget about me, Wallace says to me. Of course not, I was in a hurry last time. Besides, you are Reese's father, so I won't forget about that. I say with a slightly annoyed tone. Though I heard you battled against Ash again, Wallace. How was the battle? Steven asks. It was a fair match, I lost. But you also lost to him in the Masters 8 back then, Wallace smiles. Raycha is now chatting with her cousin Licia, and I think I remember her being a contest idol with Serena and May. Speaking of May, Licia also informs me that May will actually come to visit tomorrow with her family, because her father is the normal type gym leader. Of course, I'm excited since it is nice to see old friends again. By the way, Ash, I heard from May that you sometimes have taken part in the contests. I wonder why you didn't want to aim for the top coordinator title. When Licia asks me that question, I flinch a little. I was told by my friends in Sinnoh that I focused more on battling instead of coordinating with my Pokémon, and I was not suitable to take part in the contests. I say. I only attend some of them because my Pokémon wants to. Like Ambipom and Floatzel. You mean the same Floatzel that my dad asks you to use in his special contest? Raycha asks. But I think that your battling style might be able to help you win the contests. They're very unique and some of your moves are flashy in my opinion, Licia says. Lillie says, I think Licia is right, Ash. Maybe you can also become a top coordinator someday. I think that there are some coordinating classes that we can take the next semester, right? Nimona says, of course, they are also interesting. I did take some, but I just couldn't do those moves. So I decided to withdraw from the classes. I'm sorry to hear about that. I say with a slight frown. You did tell us that you withdraw a lot of classes before. That's why we've been in some of the same classes together despite you being a senior to us. Yeah. Nimona blushes a little. I feel like getting in the same class as you will be able to make me motivated. Is that so? Lillie says while we chuckle a little. Friday. And for the home education class, Professor Sawaro decides to show us all kinds of meal powers in the Paldea region. And both Lillie and I can't believe that different meals have different powers. And each of them is unique. Raisa and Luke's families are still at the fair with us, since they want to spend more time with their children. I got a call from May and Max. Apparently, they know that I'm in Paldea because of the livestream Iono Zone. That gym battle is worldwide, and Serena did warn us that everyone sees our battle. We met up in front of Go for Broke Grill, and we also share lunch together. Max says, so even though you're a university student, you're still challenging the gyms here in the Paldea region? Lillie and I are going to challenge the next gym tomorrow. If I remember correctly, this is going to be our 5th gym, and it is a normal type gym located in a city called Madali. I say. Normal type gym as the 5th gym. May says, you did challenge our dad's gym as the 5th gym back in Hoenn as well. Really? Lillie says, how strong was your father? Ash says, the team I faced against him is the Slacketh evolution line, all 3 of them. The last one, which is slacking, is actually hard to beat due to its stats and also the power it has. And I still remember that someone refuses to let me have the badge after I defeated his father. Max groans a little and says, it was a lot of years ago. I know that losing is as important as winning a battle. And it is also because of those losses that make you stronger. May says, although I was surprised that Iono would challenge you for a 6-on-6 battle in her stream, and that was your 3rd gym, right? It seems like every gym leader in the Paldea region is not holding back on me because of my world monarch status. I say. And that is not actually a good thing because you know me, I like to use new Pokemon in a new region. Doing so makes me have to use my old Pokemon. And what is wrong with that? I'm sure that some Pokemon like Charizard and Sceptile will definitely want to battle again, Raisa says. And speaking of battles, Ash, can we have a one-on-one gym battle? I know I won't be able to win this, but I want to try it out, Max asks. Sure, I can give you a battle, I say, but just so you know I'm not going to hold back. And we decide to use our school court for the battle, and Max decides to go with slacking. Tauros. I need your help. I decide to go with my Aqua breed Tauros to battle. Max says, was that your original Tauros? It looks different now. This is not my original Tauros, it is a Paldene Tauros, and it is also Aqua breed. As for the 29 original Tauros, I just trade away for some other Pokemon because I don't know if I'll be able to use them in battling, I say. I see. Slacking, let's go with Hammer Arm, Max says, and Slacking decides to go for the attack, and I say, Tauros, dodge it and then use Aqua Jet. My Tauros forms the water around him and starts to attack the Slacking, hitting it hard. Max says, so this is also a water type. I have to play it smart. Use Swagger. It tries to make my Tauros confused, but I smirk as I already have Tauros holding the Persim berry, and it consumes the berry and recovers from the confusion. Nice try, but I have some other moves. Thrash. When I have Tauros deal a lot of damage on Slacking, Max is confident that it won't hurt that much, and when Tauros is confused again, it just recovers. What? I know you have consumed the berry the first time, but how come it gets rid of the confusion that easily for the second time? Max asks. My Tauros ability is Ketchum. I say. That means I can use the same berry next turn. Max groans a little and I decide to have Tauros go for Raging Bull. This is actually a move that all forms of Tauros can use, but since my Tauros is an Aqua breed, the move becomes water type. Hang in there, Slacking, Max yells, Mega Kick. Close combat. I decide to go for the finishing move, and eventually, Slacking is defeated and I win the match. Max says, you really are good at this. How long did you actually have this Tauros? I got it on Monday, so it is 4 days. I say. 4 days? May asks. Just 4 days and he can train the Tauros this strong? Luke says, this is also the first time I see it battle, and I'm also surprised to see how strong it is. Ketchum is supposed to be Tauros' hidden ability, but it is also great to use as well, Raisa says. And that battle really gives out a lot of new inspirations for the contests, don't you think, May? Licia asks. Of course, Licia. May says with a smile. Your Slacking is very strong, Max. I'm glad to have a battle with you, I say. Thanks, Ash. That means a lot. Max says to me, and after that day, we decide to show them around Mesagoza City as we go shopping and also learning Pokemon. We also bring them to our dorms so we can also play some games, and eventually, Time flies so fast and it is time for them to leave. Lillie, Luke, and I are now at Porto Marinada. The three of us are going to travel by road as we go through West Province 2 and West Province 3 to reach Madali City. So what do you think of the normal type gym? Nate asks me. For some reason, I was cursed when I was challenging the normal type gyms. Every gym takes me 2 times to get the badge. I sigh. I challenged 4 normal type gyms, 1 in Johto, 1 in Hoenn, and 2 in Unova. I remember that Max's father is the gym leader that specializes in normal type. Luke says, but you tried 2 times? The first time doesn't even count because Norman wants to challenge those with 4 or more badges. It is not just him, Clemont is the same as well. Those sure are some weird requirements. I'm glad there is no such thing in Paldea region, Lillie says. As for the normal type gym curse, I'm going to break it, I say with confidence, and Pikachu also agrees with me. I'm sure you can, though I wonder what kind of Pokemon the gym leader is going to use. I just hope not a Ditto with the transform, Lillie says. But if he goes for a Slacking, it might also be a problem as well. Slacking might have high stats, but its ability is also a problem, you all know from my battle with Max yesterday, I say. And there is also Sosbic, which somehow we can actually find all kinds of seasons despite not being in that season. Maybe we'll fight a Gumshoes as well. You did fight a Totem Gumshoes to get the normally MZ after all, Lillie says. Breakneck Blitz is also a good move to use. Once we arrive at Madali City, we immediately go to the gym, and once we just step in, we notice Nimona also rushing inside the gym. Ash, Lillie, Luke. Nimona greets us. I saw you going into the gym and came running. Listen, I'm really sorry I couldn't battle you last time we ran into each other. The fair works are tiring after all. So you're here just to battle me again? I ask. Wait, don't get me wrong. I didn't chase you down just to battle you. Then again, I guess I wouldn't mind a battle or anything if you want to. What do you say? Nimona asks. Let's just get things over with. I say. Yes. Battle Teamy. You and me. Ash. Nimona cheers, but then she realizes something. Wait, hold on. I want to be sure to pick the right Pokemon for where you're at in your journey. Sorry, gimme a sec to fine-tune my team. Then we can battle. Then she rushes out and says, in fact, while you're waiting, go ahead and take on the gym. Once she's gone, I mutter, really? That's it? Lillie says, maybe we should do the gym first. When we go to the counter, the staff says, welcome to the Madali gym. Let me register you as a challenger. Your name is Ash Ketchum, yes? Of course. I let the Rotom phone register my ID in the applications, and then the staff says, great, now, in order to face gym leader Larry, you'll first need to pass the gym test. Here at the Madali gym, that means ordering a special secret menu item, specifically, a menu item at the Treasure Eatery, a much-loved restaurant here in Madali. Order correctly, and you pass. That will be very easy, I say. So how do I know the special secret menu item? Right now, there are 3 other challengers around town attempting this gym test. Each challenger has been given a different clue that'll help them discover the secret dish. You'll be given a clue as well. Please find and battle the other challengers. The loser must tell the winner their clue. Your goal is to gather clues and use them to determine the secret dish, then order it from the waiter at the Treasure Eatery. Only the challenger who's able to order correctly will pass the test. So fighting with 3 other trainers. So what's the clue if I lose? I ask. Your clue is to find out how the regulars season their dishes. I'd suggest you start by hearing what a regular at the Treasure Eatery has to say, the staff says. Well, that doesn't sound very hard at all, Lillie says as Snowy also nods. I think I should go challenge the trainers first before getting my clue, I say as we all head outside to the city to find other challengers. The first one I found is a girl named Adara. She is using Greedent and Gumshoes to battle. Both of them are easily defeated by my Blaze breed Paldea Tauros. Okay. My clue is to look for something that's the odd one out at one of the ice cream stands. Come to think of it, I could use some ice cream as a pick-me-up since I lost. So we all head to the ice cream stand, and I can see that the one standing out is the fact that the stand is selling grilled rice balls. Lillie says, why would an ice cream stand sell something like grilled rice balls? I thought they only brought ice creams. I don't know, but I guess our first clue is grilled rice balls, I say. As we continue walking, we find another trainer named Gisela near the gym. She is using an Ursaring to battle, so I use Zoroark to battle the Pokemon and defeat it with low sweep. The clue I was given is to look for a dark spot surrounded by stairs, the girl says to us. I don't remember seeing any particularly dark spots in this town. And then she rushes off to heal her Pokemon. Isn't that a dark spot? Luke asks as we all head down the stairs, but we are still looking for hints until we hear Snowy's barking. She shows us that there are two words faintly written on the door. Fire. Blast. Why was it a Pokemon move? Lillie asks. I don't know. Did you guys see more words? I ask. Pikachu and Snowy shake their heads, and Luke says, well, let's just forget about that and we can just find the third trainer. And after moving for a while, we find the third trainer named Santiago. He uses Dunsparce to battle, and I defeated with Zoroark's Night Days. Fine. Here's my clue. Listen really closely to the bluebird Pokemon. The man sighs. I'm still puzzling over that word it said. All that thinking kept me from focusing on the battle. Bluebird? I don't think we have seen a Chatot somewhere nearby, do we? I ask. Chatot doesn't even seem to be a Pokemon living in Paldea after all, Luke says. When we continue to walk, we find a man surrounded by people as he boasts. Listen to this. My Squawkabilly can talk. Wait, that Squawkabilly is blue, I say. Maybe that's it. Let's listen closely, Lillie says. Talk a Billy. Talk a Billy, the Squawkabilly says. Isn't he just the cutest? And this ain't nothing. No think. No think. We continue to listen, and there is nothing important until the Squawkabilly says those words, medium, medium. There's the clue. So we need a medium serving, I say as we quickly flee the scene before anyone notice us. Now we have all three clues, only yours is left, Luke says. It is said that the clue is actually inside the treasure eatery, I say as we all head inside the restaurant. And while we are looking at the restaurant, I notice a man with a business suit that looks just like the gym leader in my Rotom phone eating some rice balls at the table. Isn't that the gym leader? I ask Lillie. She notices the direction that I'm looking at and says, you're right. Since he is the gym leader, he might not be able to give us the answer for the gym test, so I decided to ask him, are you a regular here? Oh, yes, I suppose I do come here often. Larry says to me. Well, what I'm having right now is something quite ordinary, but... He picks up a lemon and says, here's a tip for you. A nice squeeze of lemon gives any dish a refreshing kick. Lemons? I ask with surprise. I see. It might be special if we add lemon. Thanks for the tip. And then we all gather back at the counter, and Lillie asks, so? I got the final clue. Let's do this, I say as I call the waitress. Ah, you must be one of the gym test challengers. The waitress says. I hope you're able to figure out our special secret menu item. I'm ready, I say with confidence. Now, tell me, what will you be ordering? When she gives me the first menu, I see that there are grilled rice balls, grilled fish, steak, omelette, and fried eggs. I circle the grilled rice balls as that was the first hint. And what size serving will you be having? I see that there are 3 sizes, and I choose the medium one. That one was the hint from the Squawkabilly. How do you want that cooked? I see that there is lightly charred known as the ember style, well cooked known as the flamethrower style, and extra crispy known as the fire blast style. So that's what the fire blast on that wall means. Anything to garnish your order? Here is the last one, and I can see that there is cheese powder, lemon, or nothing. Thanks for the help from Larry. The answer is lemons. Medium serving grilled rice balls, fire blast style, with fresh lemon on the side. When the waitress yells at the chef, she yells, gotcha. Medium rice balls, extra crispy, with lemon. And just when the chef is cooking the dish, I notice that the ceiling is opening and all the tables and the customers are rising into the air like they're riding on an elevator. What is going on here? I exclaim in shock. But to the other regular customers, this is just normal for them. They don't seem to be as shocked as we are, and once the part of the floor rises to the top, from the bottom, a battlefield rises to the ground. A battlefield? Does that mean we're going to have the gym battle here? I ask. In the restaurant? Congratulations. You've passed the gym test. You now have the right to challenge the gym leader, but first, Here are your servings of the special secret menu item. The chef gave us the serving and we find a table and eat them. It is quite crispy, Lillie says, but the sauce is great. Yeah, they seem to boost the fairy type encounter power, electric type teensy power, and the egg power. Luke says, man, these are good. The lemons really do help with the rice balls, but remember that we're not here just for eating, we're here because of my gym battle. I say while I hand Pikachu a rice ball, and Pikachu decides to share some with Snowy. When we finish the grilled rice balls, I walk towards the battlefield. The waitress asks, do you want to face the exceptional everyman himself, Gym Leader Larry? Of course, I say, and the waitress turns around and yells, Larry, you're up. Larry sighs as he stands from his seat, taking the office bag from him. He walks towards the battlefield. Hello. I'm Larry. I'm assigned to work as the gym leader of the Medali Gym. Good job on making your way through the gym test. And, well, maybe try the other dishes on the menu too sometimes. Everything's good here. I don't know why, but this guy seems to be really tired all the time. He says, anyway, my boss will dock my pay if I spend too much time chit-chatting. Your boss? I ask. Who is the guy's boss? Is it Chairwoman Gita? Let's get this battle over with. The waitress says. The battle between the Medali gym leader Larry and the challenger Ash Ketchum is about to begin. Each trainer will be using 6 Pokemon, and when one loses all 6 Pokemon, the other trainer wins. Thank you for doing business with us today. I, Larry, will be at your service. Larry says as he puts down his office bag, tidy his tie, and throws out a Pokeball revealing Oinkalone, which is a female one. Weavile, I choose you. I decide to go with my Ice-type Pokemon first. I just ate, so let's not get too hard, Larry says. Sure. I mutter, since we just ate some food and I'm sure this man doesn't want his clothes to be stained. Oinkalone goes for Body Slam, and it manages to hit Weavile and getting it paralyzed. Weavile goes for Night Slash, which manages to get a critical hit and deals some damage. But Oinkalone goes for Bullet Seed, which actually hits up to 5 times. Hang in there, Weavile. Ice Shard. I yell. Oinkalone decides to go with the super effective Iron Head attack, but I smirk as I use Counter to knock it out in the end. The second Pokemon for Larry is a Kamala, and its ability Comatose is a problem since it is half sleeping and half awake. It goes for a Yawn to make Weavile sleepy, and after taking the Night Slash, it goes for the Wood Hammer to defeat the asleep Weavile. I decide to go with Tauros, which is actually my Zoroark in disguise, and when Larry notices that the Zen Headbutt doesn't work, he uses Sucker Punch to make Zoroark show himself. I have Zoroark use Focus Blast and Night Daze, and it defeats Kamala in the end. Braviary is Larry's third Pokemon, and it goes for close combat, knocking out Zoroark. So I decided to go with an electric type and I have Pikachu up the field. Crush Claw. Larry yells, and the attack hurts Pikachu a lot, but Pikachu goes for Volt Tackle, and with the defense and special defense drop from the close combat, it hits a lot. Braviary goes for Rock Tomb to lower my Pikachu's speed, but I have Pikachu use Electro Ball first and defeat the bird Pokemon. The fourth Pokemon is Maushold, a family of 4 form, and they use Population Bomb to knock out Pikachu. Lillie says, now that's what I called bullying. Yeah. Poor Pikachu can't handle 4 of them, Luke mutters. I decide to go with Mimikyu, since the ability to disguise and the fact that Maushold is a normal type helps a lot. But the disguise is broken by the Bullet Seed, and both Pokemon decide to use Play Rough at the same time, and because of that, the match is a draw in the end. The fifth Pokemon for Larry is Dudensaper's 2-segment form, and I go for Toxicroak. Dudensparce goes for Drill Run, which is super effective and deals a lot of damage, but I have Toxicroak use Sludge Wave to make it poisoned, and go for Brick Break. In return, Dudensparce blocks with Hyper Drill. After the attacks, Toxicroak uses Counter to defeat Dudensparce when it goes for the Dragon Rush. This is still better than getting cornered by my boss. Larry sighs as he sends out his final Pokemon, which is actually a Staraptor, and it has the ability Intimidate that lowers my Toxicroak's attack, and when I have Staraptor poisoned, it uses Facade to defeat Toxicroak in the end. My last Pokemon is Tauros, so I send it out. You're pretty good. I might end up losing this, Larry mutters. Come on, Larry. Step it up a notch. The chef yells. We've got hungry customers waiting. Give 'em something to cheer for, why here? Then a lot more people rush downstairs and also start to gather around the battlefield. They also start to cheer on us. Show us what you've got, Larry. And you too, World Monarch. Well, you heard the good folks. I suppose I can put on a bit more of a show. Then he takes out the Terra Orb and starts to terrestrialize Staraptor, making it pure normal type. I also terrestrialize my Tauros, which becomes a fire type. Staraptor goes for Brave Bird, but Tauros dodges the attack and goes for Raging Bull, which is a fire type move and it hits, and with the help of the poison, Staraptor's health is decreasing. And eventually I have Tauros uses close combat to knock it out of the battle. Staraptor is unable to battle. Tauros is the winner, which means the victory goes to Ash Ketchum, the waitress says. I smile. I finally break the normal gym curse. It is not an easy battle. You certainly threw me for a loop. Larry recalls his Staraptor and says, you're rather strong, aren't you? Enough to bring out my poker face, even. I lost, so that means I have to give you a badge, but. Then I hear my stomach growling. Geez, all that battling has made me hungry again. That battle made me a bit hungry as well. Care to join me for a meal? I look at my friends, who nodded at me, and we decide to have another meal with the leader while he gives me the normal badge. Although Rotom takes a picture of us eating together. The dishes here. They've all got flavor. Good flavor, I mean. I was about to pay for the meal until Larry says, oh, don't worry about the bill. I do earn a salary, after all. Now, I'd better get back to work, if you'll excuse me. Nimona didn't show up that day after my gym battle, so we decide to take a rest and let Lillie challenge the gym, and because she already knows the item, she doesn't even need to take on other trainers to order the special secret menu item. Larry uses Kamala, Dudunsparce, and Staraptor to battle her, and Snowy did a good job of defeating the Staraptor in the end. After we go back to the gym, we are surprised to find the chairman Geeta. Another gym leader defeated. Well done. Ms. Geeta. We are surprised to see her. Rika informed me that there were 2 unusual trainers worth keeping an eye on. It seems she meant you too. I guessed as much. I had the pleasure of observing your last matches. I was impressed by the fantastic skills you two showed. The chairwoman of the league is impressed by our performance. That is an honor. If you manage to keep your momentum and achieve champion rank, I'll be very interested in inviting you to the Pokemon League in. Before she can finish, Nimona rushes into the room and yells, hey, Ash, Lillie, I've got my team all picked out. Great timing. Lillie mutters, and I saw you two battling the gym leader. You just keep getting better, Nimona says. So you were watching our gym battles. I say, how good to see you again, Champion Nimona. It has certainly been a while, Geeta says. Whoa, wait, La Primera? With Ash and Lillie? Nimona gasps. By the way, why did you guys call her La Primera? I ask. What does that mean? Wait, Luke, you guys didn't tell them about who she actually is, Nimona asks. I guess it slipped our minds. Luke sighs. Everyone calls Ms. Geeta La Primera, because she's just that. She's the real number 1, even higher than us regular champions. She's the top champion. Top champion? I ask with surprise. I do indeed hold that claim. Alongside my role as chairwoman of the Pokemon League, that is. Geeta smiles. I thought you were too busy to spend your time checking in on gyms, Nimona says. I'm not here to inspect the gym. I've come to scout some rather promising young talents, Geeta says. Whoa. I know Ash is famous because he's the world monarch, but I look away for a day and you're famous, Lillie? Nimona asks. But hey, I found Ash and Lillie first. You may be La Primera, but you can't go stealing them from me. Stealing? Lillie and I think in shock. Haha. I suppose I'll have to get in line, Geeta chuckles. You know, Lillie. How about we battle? Nimona asks while grabbing her hand. Quick, let's go. The battlefield's callin'. Hey, wait. Lillie yells. And Geeta also coughs to gain Nimona's attention. One moment please. What is it? Nimona asks. I would very much like to observe this match, if that's all right, Geeta says. Ooh, haha. Totally fine by me, Nimona says. Sounds fun, right, Lillie? Yeah. Lillie is sweat dropping. Thank you kindly. I'm already excited to see you two face off. Gita says. Let's be on our way, then. Lillie turns to me with a pleading look, and I just say, Lillie, I'm sure you can impress La Primera with your skills, just be confident. But, Lillie mutters. You remember how it all works, right? Once you get badges from all the gyms, you get to throw down against the strongest Pokemon trainers around, Nimona says. Yes. You must face the Pokemon League. It is located to the northwest of Mesagoza. The Pokemon League is where trainers are reborn as champions, the greatest honor that they might dream of. Collecting 8 gym badges sets you up to take the champion assessment. If you can face the challenge of the final examiner and win, you'll become a champion. Just imagine how that moment would feel. Try getting into that champion mindset. Now, set your sights on reaching that big important stage, and let's battle. Excuse me one moment. Gita says while walking towards Lillie. I believe Lillie's Pokemon may still be a little fatigued. While Gita heals Lillie's Pokemon, Nimona frowns. Sorry, got a little caught up in my battle hunger. Well, you should all be in great shape now thanks to La Primera. Yeah. Lillie says. Then Lillie and Nimona are now battling against each other as they are having a 4-on-4. She is using Lycanroc, Goodra, Pawmot, and Meowscarada. Lillie uses Magnezone, Altaria, Muck, and Snowy's the one defeating Meowscarada. Gita claps her hands and says, an amazing display of talent, even against one as skilled as champion Nimona. That was a splendid match, I enjoyed watching very much. Now even La Primera thinks you're one to watch. You've got so much potential, Nimona says. The way you're going, I better watch my back. You know, since the first time we met, I've been weirdly sure of one thing. Both of you're gonna become a champion, no doubt about it. The rest of these gyms? You can take him, 100%, no problem? I agree. Then Gita also shows us a TM known as Terra Blast, which is a perfect move for Pikachu since his Terra type is changing. After the battle, Nimona decides to continue training. She shows you such support and friendship. Or perhaps she hopes you truly might rival her. Gita asks. No. I think it's no mere hope. She seems to have complete faith that you will catch up to her. Yeah. I say as we leave the city. Monday, since our next goal is going to be the Ghost-type gym in Montenevera, Lillie and I decide to find a Ghost-type Pokemon so we can battle against her. Our search leads us to East Province Area 3 and we find some tumbleweed Pokemon that seem to be a Ghost-type. With Cerulege's help, we manage to capture the Pokemon in the end. Bramblin. The tumbleweed Pokemon. Grass and Ghost-type. A soul unable to move on to the afterlife was blown around by the wind until it got tangled up with dried grass and became a Pokemon. That is a terrifying description. Lillie says. A soul unable to move on to the afterlife? That is horrifying. Well, Honedge has the same kind of description. I sigh. Yamask as well. Yeah. But it will help us with the Ghost-type gym for sure. And look at this ability. It has Wind Rider. It boosts the Pokemon's attack stat if Tailwind takes effect or if the Pokemon is hit by a wind move. The Pokemon also takes no damage from wind moves. Seriously? How many wind moves are there actually? Lillie asks. I remember that Kilowattrel has a similar ability. Most of them are flying types, which makes it better, I say. And by running with the Pokemon for over 1,000 steps and leveling up just like we did to Pawmot, it evolves into a bigger tumbleweed Pokemon. Bramblegast. The tumbleweed Pokemon. Grass and Ghost type. Evolve from Bramblin when leveled up while outside of its Pokeball after walking 1,000 steps using the Let's Go feature. It will open the branches of its head to envelop its prey. Once it absorbs all the life energy it needs, it expels the prey and discards it. What's with Ghost-type Pokemon liking to suck other Pokemon's life force? Lillie asks with a sweat drop. I don't know. I sigh. Professor Jack really is full of imagination. And what's with the amount of Ghost and Grass-type Pokemon? We already have Trevenant, Gourgeist, Decidueye, and Delmise, Lillie says. Who knows? I sigh. Tuesday, after class, we decide to relax outside of the school since the Johto Fair is going on this week and there are a lot of people at the fair. Luke and Raisa are with us as they are annoyed at how many people there are at the fair. It is a good thing that we decided not to be in the crowd, though I feel sorry for Nimona, Raisa says. She's the president of the school council after all, though I really think she should take a break, Lillie says. How about we try to bring her out Friday? We also have some private matters that we need to talk to her about, I say. That will be nice, Raychiu says as we notice a toadstool running past us. Hey, did you guys capture a toadstool yet? We haven't, I say, but the way that it runs is pretty funny. Then we have Snowy capture the Pokemon, since it is 4 times weak to Ice type. Toadstool. The water Pokemon. Ground and Grass type. Though it looks like Tentacool, Toadstool is a completely different species. Its legs may be thin, but it can run at a speed of 30 miles per hour. So what makes it different from the other Pokemon? Lillie decides to check the Pokédex, and says, there it is. Its ability is Mycelium Might. The Pokemon will always act more slowly when using status moves, but these moves will be unimpeded by the ability of the target. That means if it uses Spore, even those with the Insomnia ability will fall asleep. I say. Even though it is not a Tentacool, who wants to bet that it evolves the same way as Tentacool? This is nothing to be betting with. Luke sighs. We all know that it is the truth. I remember that Tentacool evolves at LV 30. So by training this Pokemon into that level, Toadstool evolves into a Pokemon that looks like Tentacruel. I wonder if this name is called Toadstool, and it turns out that we're right. Toadstool. The water Pokemon. Ground and Grass type. Evolved from Toadstool at LV 30. It coils its 10 tentacles around prey and sucks out their nutrients, causing the prey pain. The folds along the rim of its head are a popular delicacy. Are you kidding me? Lillie says, we captured a Brambleghast that already sucks the prey's life force, and now we have Toadstool who sucks the prey's nutrients. As if we can find more terrifying Pokemon than those two, I say. But then again, we only have a few Ghost-type Pokemon and there might be more of them. Wednesday, after school, we decide to look around the West Province Area 1 for more Pokemon to capture, and this time we find some small Grass-type Pokemon that are wandering around as a group. We decide to capture one of them. Capsicid. The spicy pepper Pokemon. Grass type. The more sunlight this Pokemon bathes in, the more spicy chemicals are produced by its body, and thus the spicier its moves become. Definitely spicy. I mutter, is this the one that evolves into the two-headed Pokemon that I faced during the Grass-type gym? I guess so. So how are we going to evolve it? Lillie asks. Let's ask others back at the school since we promised to look around the Johto Fair today, I say. When we get to the Johto Fair, we meet up with others, and Raychiu tells us that Capsicid evolves by using the Fire Stone, so we use it and it evolves into the two-headed Scovillain. Scovillain. The spicy pepper Pokemon. Grass and Fire type. Evolve from Capsicid with Fire Stone. The green head has turned vicious due to the spicy chemicals stimulating its brain, while the red head converts spicy chemicals into fire energy and blasts the surrounding area with a super spicy stream of flame. So different heads have different power. And it has the move Spicy Extract. The user emits an incredibly spicy extract, sharply boosting the target's attack stat and harshly lowering the target's defense stat, Lillie says. After we recall the Pokemon, we decide to look around the Johto Pokemon. When we find Unknown, Drandon says, Unknown usually lives in the ruins of Alph, and I heard that they are mysterious. It has 28 different forms. Ash, did you capture all of them? I sigh. Those Unknown are creating a lot of trouble. They can send people into their own dimension with the hidden power, and they can also twist the people's wishes into disasters. I only capture them after they create a lot of trouble for my mom and my friends. Sounds like it is horrible. Nimona says as she notices the pictures of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. And look, guys. Check out those 3. Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Lillie says. Long ago, there was a Vaporeon, Jolteon, and a Flareon. The 3 of them live in a Critique city in the Johto region. During a lightning storm, they were inside the brass tower when it got struck by lightning. The tower went up in flames and the 3 Pokemon perished. After the fire went out, however, Ho-Oh appeared from the sky and revived the 3 Pokemon using its mystical powers, which becomes Entei, Suicune, and Raikou. However, the people of a Critique city think that the revivals are abnormal, and that's why they used violence against the 3 Pokemon, after which they fled a Critique, never to be seen again. That was so messed up. Luke says. So you got all three of them when they're roaming around? Yeah. They roamed around the Johto region and we're lucky to encounter them, I say. Now let's get to the next one. When we continue forward, we notice the pictures of Lugia and Ho-Oh. And we also see the dance club doing the ritual dances to appeal to the crowd. Raychiu, you're not going to dance with them? Lillie asks. Nope, they are all seniors and I will only have to do this in the next year, Raychiu says. Though Lugia and Ho-Oh, those two Pokemon are also special, right? Why yes. I say. Lugia has been referred to as the guardian of the seas, despite not being a water type. And Ho-Oh is considered the guardian of the skies and has a mythical power to resurrect the dead. And that power is also amazing. What do you mean by that? Drandon asks. There was one time I was killed, but I got revived thanks to Ho-Oh. I sigh, much to everyone's horror, and I can see that both Nemona and Lillie have tears in their eyes. Ho-Oh has been with me since day one of my journeys. Of all the legendary Pokemon, he is the first one that joins my team. Seriously? Luke says. But why were you killed back then? Remember I told you about my Charizard's backstory. It turns out that the same trainer that abandoned Charizard wanted to see the Ho-Oh as he stole the Rainbow Wing from me, and it caused the dark energy to corrupt the Pokemon around the area and they started to attack us. I was killed by it. Until Ho-Oh revived me. I was told that Pikachu was really depressed as he unleashes the Thunderbolt that defeats all of the Pokemon in the area, so strong that even ground-type Pokemon also take damage from it. I see. I'm glad you're still alive, Nemona says. As for my encounter with Lugia, it was just one of my attempts to save the world from doom because of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. We worked together and stopped them. That's all. I see. Luke says as we get to the mythical Pokemon. And there is Celebi. Rumor has it that a special Pokeball called the GS Ball was made to capture this Pokemon, but its whereabouts are unknown. The GS Ball is with me, I say, causing the others to look at me. It was at Orange Island this whole time since nobody was able to open it except for me, so the professor entrusted it to me. Really? Raychiu says. Just how did you get so many legendary and mythical Pokemon with you? We're getting jealous. Sorry. I chuckle. And then we decide to look around the Johto culture, and the girls are also trying out their kimonos and they're having a lot of fun. As for us, we just walk around and look around the other places. I was just bored since I know everything about it. Ash, how do we look? When Lillie and Nemona show me the kimono that they're wearing, I smile and say, both of you look really great. Lillie gives me a smile, while Nemona just blushes and asks, you think so? Of course. Now that I think about it, Nemona, do you think you can take a break this Friday? How about the three of us hang out together? I ask. Nemona thinks for a second before saying, if that's the case, I'll need to talk to my other staff members in the council. I'll give you a reply tomorrow, how's that sound? Of course. Lillie says as Nemona leaves to change back. Lillie turns to me and says, how about we also talk to your mother about this tomorrow? That will be nice. I say. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please let me know your thoughts and reviews in the comment box. Now I will see you in the next video.